And yet they still can't leave the default to live chat.
I know, right? Like top chat. I don't even understand what they're trying to do with top chat. Like, because there's the fan funding option, which would show you super chats, membership stuff like that, which is understandable. But live chat to top, how do you determine top chat?
Yeah.
I don't understand that. So it's weird. But I was able to choose now um, to restrict it from trying to run mid-roll ads. So I'm hoping that it doesn't just spam mid-roll ads every half an hour, which is crazy. As far as like trying to get, I don't know, some traction on the channel, I'm going to try to lower the blast of ads. Try to reduce mid-roll ads. You cannot eliminate them completely, because even if your channel, it's funny, it's that even the channels they demonetize, like Brand's channel, they still show ads on it, even though the channel is demonetized. So they don't demonetize you because of any advertiser restriction. They just demonetize you because they don't like it. They still show ads on it. They're still making their money. So even if I demonetize my channel and didn't monetize any more of my videos, YouTube would still show ads on it. I just wouldn't get a piece of it.
Weird. And isn't that completely counter to why they started?
Right.
Uh,
It's counter because monetization was supposed to be like, you're supposed to have like advertiser friendly content.
yeah.
And if you didn't, then they would demonetize you. And basically stop promoting your channel because they can't make money on it.
And some of the excuses for that was so ridiculous too. I remember seeing somebody talking about it, saying, and don't get me wrong, this is horrible content. I don't really want it, but like, they had actual terrorist videos that were getting monetized, and you'd have just like these completely oxymoronic ads running um for terrorists, and
Well,
like the
the
exact
the
opposite.
main problem was you had ads running on videos on channels with like 12 subscribers, and the videos had 60 views, and they were all, like I said, I don't know exactly what kind of content, but some of it was really bad.
Yeah.
Um, and literally a video with like 50 views of really bad content, and there would be an ad that played, and that's what the media reported on. Not
Right.
not the fact that that video had not been seen by even a neighborhood worth of people, but that there was an ad playing on this horrible content, and that freaked out all of the advertisers out. And it's like,
Yeah.
it was a problem that wasn't a problem. It was just like this overinflated problem, and it was so stupid, and it killed advertising revenue. I mean,
Yep.
that was devastating to the channel. I was actually almost getting to the point of getting a check every month, because there's $100 cutoff. You have to build up at least $100 in revenue in order to get a paycheck. And I was just at the spot of getting one of those every month, which was miraculous after 3 years of building the channel. And then the adpocalypse hit, and my revenue went from $100 to $110 a month down to $20 a month. I mean, it destroyed channel revenue,
Yep.
and it's never come back. Even though, like, I'm assuming that most advertisers have come back, and everything on YouTube is fine again. Like, YouTube is just like, well, we're not going to give this money away now. Like, we already keep most of it, so might as well keep most of it again.
Yep. Precisely. The whole thing was just so they could put more money in their pockets, and as a happy side effect, they got to close down dissenting channels.
Right. You know what's funny? My brother is looking up, trying to find a font. So he's on Google trying to find a nice Google font for a project that he's working on. And I kid you not, there's a when you're browsing fonts, there's a snippet of text that is an example of what the font looks like, right? So, like in Windows, when you're looking up fonts, it's the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog, right? Because
Oh yeah.
it has one of every letter in it, so it shows you what what the font looks like. Okay, the Google's version of that. Now remember, Google owns YouTube, and all of that implies, right? So Google's text, he even sent me a screenshot of it. No one shall be subjected to an arbitrary arrest, detention, or exile. Everyone is entitled in full equality to a fair and public hearing by an independent and impartial tribunal in the determination of his rights and obligations and of any criminal charge against him. No one shall be subjected to arbitrary interference with his privacy, family, home, or correspondence, nor to any tax upon his honor and reputation. Everybody has the right to the protection of the law against such interference or attacks. That is the damn block of text that Google has when you look up fonts. How effing insane is that? Is that somebody's just dry sense of humor going, yeah, we're censoring people right, left, and center. Let's put out a freedom of speech thing. And
Yeah. Well, it's 1984.
oh man, it's so
You know,
1984.
What is it? Ministry of Truth and all that kind of stuff. Oh my God. Yeah, have you?
It's so hilarious. The shit going on in the world right now is so hilarious. I didn't want to really devolve
Yeah, sorry.
into that today, but he sent me that just before I started streaming, and my God, I mean, they've lost their minds. People have just lost their minds, and they just don't understand the ramifications of the long-term ramifications of what they're going for. They just don't know.
Have you seen that? And sorry to scatter even further out into the weeds, but have you ever seen the movie Doctor Strangelove?
Maybe like 30 years ago I did, but I can't remember. I
Okay.
know of the movie. It was a Kubrick, Stanley Kubrick.
I think so. Yeah, and it's quite the cult classic as far as it goes. But the reason I bring this up, and it's funny because the actor in question is James Earl Jones. Um, Near the end of that, sorry spoilers everybody, for a 80,000-year-old movie.
Yeah. Movies from like the 60s.
At the end of it, he's trying to dislodge the atomic bomb that they're carrying, their payload. And it's
Oh,
stuck. Something's wrong. So he gets up on top of it and he's trying to jimmy it loose.
That's the one where he rides it down. I've seen that clip a million times where he's riding it like a cowboy down. Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, like you said, his attempts are successful and it starts falling. Problem is he's sitting on top of it, and at that point, and it's funny because throughout the whole movie he has a cowboy hat on, and as he's going down, he gets a firm grip with his left hand and takes his right hand and starts waving the hat because at that point he realizes, okay, I literally have no way of escaping this. I may as well enjoy the ride.
Right.
And I think that's actually the subtitle, Doctor Strangelove, or How to Get Over It and Ride the Bomb, or something like that. I can't remember the second title of it. But anyway, the reason I bring this whole thing up is I feel like him. I feel like the guy that's just riding the atomic bomb. That's going to wipe out all civilization.
I mean, I would not think, in my opinion, what is coming is not going to be that dramatic. It's going to be a very quiet It's like going to be like a quiet coup. It's going to be a very subtle. Oh, this freedom is eroded, then this freedom is eroded, and it's going to happen very subtly. Almost like different states, and there's going to be sanctuary states where they're going to be fighting against this, and yeah, it will eventually come to a head. But unless we start turning the boat around, now, like, I don't see very many outs. I don't see very many ways of getting through this unscathed at any rate.
Yeah.
You want to jump in the mower and this little area that we can. I just realized that we can mow this place again.
Okay, this lot, anything that's not a field,
Right.
I assume.
All this grass here. Get some stuff off the lawn. Where is our mower? Oh, there it is.
Yep, I got it.
And I sort of marked with the road, so
I see that. That'll be quite handy.
I mean, I tried to do it as close as possible as try to get it close, but maybe not always successful.
Tough to do. You're saying that you're hoping things aren't as bad. I've got a gloomier outtake, unfortunately. Have I ever kind of talked about the accuracy of some of my worst predictions?
Ooh.
I mean, like all the YouTube, all the Google, all the moves that all these companies have been making for so long, I've known they were coming. And now, unfortunately, here's another one of my big predictions that's on those same levels. I've viewed for a very long time that the United States is the Weimar Republic. And
The
for those
what
who don't
republic?
know, the Weimar Republic. That's what the country was called before it was reformed as Nazi Germany. I hope I'm wrong, by the way.
Well, I mean, there's a certain amount of kind of insanity that's going on around right now. The whole judge thing in New York. The more it seems like the more that they're pushing, the more they're pushing things, and by they, obviously, I mean the left, some of the ideology over there. The more that regular folk, the silent majority, it's just the normal folk. The more they're pushed, the more regular people are realizing just what's going on, and it's waking more people up, and the more they push, the worse it's going to get. Like people are starting to realize just what's going on. I think it's just a matter of time before people start going, no, enough is enough. And
yeah, I certainly hope so.
Yes, states, especially with the whole immigration thing, states will, like Texas is on the verge already, but Texas is going to be like, no, we're going to do what we're going to do to protect the border. The federal government can go screw themselves. I mean, it's coming. It's coming. It is eventually going to happen. And when it does, what's the next domino? You gotta hit X, man. You gotta unfold the thing.
It is.
Not on my screen. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I have it on and lowered, and I'm actually even cutting some.
Yeah.
But it's odd. This little section here just keeps regrowing. Well, maybe now it's okay.
Yeah, looks good now.
It just regrew back here. I don't know if that's on my screen or what.
You got to strip back here because the front mower is so far ahead of the back mower. So
yeah.
You're always going to have that. All right. So the other thing we're going to want to do is get a permanent. If we don't want to just constantly mow all the things, we can set up a field just for grass and then kind of leave it at that. Just
Yeah. Probably a good idea.
Yeah, I didn't take a look at that windrower, that really disappointing windrower. I really wasn't sure what to do, like what the hell to do about that. The fact that it was missing, because I've watched in between streams, I've literally watched several other videos that use that exact same windrower. The exact same one didn't have the problem.
Huh.
And so I don't know. I don't know what to do to fix that. I don't know what even the problem is. Is it a trigger problem? Is it a I just don't know. But let's talk about the rebalance, the big rebalance that I did. Yeah, I went through. I realized, a lot of the money, a lot of the gross amount of money that we made during the Uber production, yeah, I messed up that because one of the things I did when I went through and customized all of the factories, right? I had customized the sawmill, I customized the factory. I think the sawmill is one that I didn't. I don't remember editing the sawmill. Nope. I'm not planning on using the sawmill much. Maybe to process the rest of this bank of trees. I've got a trailer for that. We don't do that. But for all the other machines, this is or production points. This is 13 different mods for all the different production points. I went through and changed it because for the Uber production, I wanted to make sure the actual production was fast enough to keep up with big harvests and lots of things. So I ramped up the recipes. So rather than a recipe taking, 20 things and turning it into 15 things, I made it take 2,000 things and turn it into 1,500 things, right? So I just added some zeros onto the production, and boom, we've got now a production that actually processes really fast. What I didn't do, unfortunately, is rebalance the cost, right? The cost per hour of those productions, which is why, we would have a bunch of factories going in a month, and then I'd sleep, and then the new day came up, and it was like $1,200 in production. Nothing. It was nothing in production. So I've gone through all of them now, and the production costs per month, right? That is assuming the thing is going to run the whole month. So I've ramped it up. So the numbers now, yeah, we can process a whole lot. We can process a whole lot, but it's now going to cost quite a bit, right? So grass to hay, $36,000 a month, right? This was $120. $120. So I went in and drastically increased the cost. So all of them going down the line are rebalanced, right? So this silage digestate, chaff plus water equals silage and digestate, $40,000 per month, because you get a decent amount of stuff. And the seeds, $40,000 a month, $45,000 a month. So fertilizer is something you can actually sell, so it actually generates money. And the same with the stone to lime. So now just creating our lime is going to cost $34,000 a month. Now that is a lot of production, right? It's still production. If you sold the resource, if we sold the lime that this generates in a month, it would still be over what the cost would be. But now the cost is a lot. It is a lot compared to what it was. So yeah, I think that having that rebalanced So that way, when we have a few different factories, like the grain mill and all of those, we will have a bunch of production, but we're going to need a decent amount of money because the next day, when we sleep a day, we're going to be hit with hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of production costs. So that will help balance and force us to need to sell stuff a lot more often, right? We're going to actually have to sell some things to make that work.
Make money? We have to make money?
We have to make money to make money. I know.
So weird.
It's crazy.
Oh, we have a few hellos in chat. Alex and Zeno PL.
And yeah, Xenu, how's it going? And Alex, yeah, Alex. We live in interesting times, man. If people aren't aware of what's going on, that just makes it bad for everybody. You gotta know what's out there. You gotta be prepared for the insanity. Otherwise, it'll catch you by surprise. All right, how do I want to do this? Part of me. I hit X. There we go.
Yep, hello again. Man, the wackiness of this mower sometimes. The steering. It's one of those where if you step away for a little bit and drive something else and then you come back to it, it's just like, whoa, what's going on?
Yeah, it does turn on a dime, that's for sure.
Yeah. I think I'm nicely lined up now. Oh, if I miss that one little tuft of grass, I'm going to be annoyed.
I've been trying to resist just getting that Mystic Cat forage wagon. But we don't have nearly as many people working today.
Yeah, I wonder if Wildman's been a pretty common member. I know there's a better word, but
Yeah, he might have a honeydew list today, or same with Patrick.
Yeah.
Like, you just never know.
tweet. Ah. I'd say for these little instances, I just use the what is it, the windrower? Or no. The one that collects the grass in
Yeah,
in
that's the Mystic Cat. That's the
Yeah.
Mystic Cat thing I said. Very, very convenient. Really? Stupid. Get out of there. Stupid. Fail. Yeah. It is just so damn convenient. It's the only thing that can really reach out there and grab that. Let me build this last bit up. Right.
Going back and forth here, but then I'll switch to the other direction. Well, no, actually, I probably will keep this one. Because, yeah, looking at it, this is longer on the east-west direction. Yeah, working around this lake is going to get troublesome.
Let's see. I'm gonna have to give in.
Uh-oh.
Buy one of these.
Nice. It didn't go cuckoo bananas when I hit that rock. That's always good.
Ooh, for Cocoa Puffs. Oh. Somebody's visiting me again. Yeah. Yeah. Now that the weather's cooling down, she's a little bit more lovey-dovey in the lab.
Yeah.
I keep my place pretty cold in the wintertime, so yeah, she sticks to me like I don't know, something sticky.
Like a cat to something warm. Oddly enough.
Yeah.
Oops.
There we go. Yeah, let's see, that's 13.2 meters.
That's probably about as detailed as I'm going to get around the lake on this part.
Yeah, you should just go around the lake like twice for your like a headlands.
That's
Try
a
not to
point.
go in the lake because 13.2. So this would be
As long as you don't go too deep, it's not too bad.
Oh, did I not adjust the max speed of this? Oops. Completely forgot that setting in the vehicle thing.
So since there's a lull in conversation, how have our viewers been doing? See, we've got 4 other people
Yeah, it looks like
watching.
5 people watching. How's everybody out there doing? Getting ready for the holiday season.
And it's crazy how preparation for the holiday season starts so much earlier now.
Oh, I know.
And part of that's the propaganda, but also part of it's just, as far as it goes, people have way too much time on their hands.
Yeah, we're not hunting and gathering for our survival. So
Yeah. Ironically, that's one of the things that's giving us so many problems now is we have so much free time. We can quibble about other things that typically wouldn't need to be discussed. It's hard to talk about your feelings when you're worried about where your next meal is going to come from. There we go. I'd say that's a pretty good coverage. I'll just zip back and forth along the main part here. Looks like the audience isn't too talkative today, which is fine. Helps time go by, but certainly not a requirement.
yeah, sometimes chat is active and sometimes it's not.
Yup.
My my main response, because the Discord server can be like that too. You know, we can go months without somebody talking, like general chat in the Discord server.
Yeah.
And my whole response to that is, you know, you're going to get out of something what you put into it, right? So people interacting with chat, well, chat has to be active and it has to be consistent. As a creator, if chat isn't active, I'm focused on the game, right?
Yup.
So if chat is just watching, then I know that they're more interested in what I'm doing, not what I'm saying. And so I try to keep stuff on the game going consistent. Um, but if chat is super active over time, I will get used to looking at the chat window more and more. So YouTubers that have really, really active chats, you can tell because they're constantly glancing over at the chat, constantly. So they've sort of built that behavior pattern to do that. I
Yeah.
haven't because my chat's usually not that active. So um, I'm more focused on. Oh, cat here. Um, I'm more focused, or try to be focused on what's going on in the game. Not always successful, but it
I think I mentioned this, but it was quite a while ago. I one time watched a Markiplier, oxygen not included,
A stream
um,
or a video?
a stream,
Yeah, I
and it
remember he
was
did a stream. He had like 19,000 people watching.
yeah. And I mean, it was interesting, but it really had very little to do with oxygen not included. It was just him talking to his viewers, and that was pretty much it. It wasn't exactly what I was looking for. Not to say it was bad, just
Well, yeah, when chat is going by that fast, even with slow mode on, you have that many people watching. Um, there's like no way. There's no way to have a decent conversation in chat when it's going by
yeah.
that fast. It is crazy. How many people that is. Um, kudos to Markiplier for being able to attract that many viewers, but yeah, it is very, very hard. So I've always wanted to be sort of in the middle of the ground on that. Um, I like interact. It's one of the things I like live streams. I like playing with people. I like interacting with people in real time. When you're recording YouTube videos, it's a very lonely
Yeah.
it's a very lonely process, and it's not really all that fun when you're basically sitting in a room talking to yourself for 8 hours at a time. And yeah, having people to play with and interacting and talking about how their day is going, all that kind of stuff is really, really nice.
Alex mentioned it takes him forever to type in a response. I'm assuming the thread there is that that's why he doesn't talk much. As far as it goes, I'd say go ahead and do it anyway. I mean, we have to deal with um, stream delay anyway, so hitting something that's slightly off topic isn't really a big issue because a lot of it ends up being that way anyway.
Yeah, just make sure that
Just
you put a little blurb in there about what you're actually responding to. Because
right.
let's say I ask, how's everybody doing today? What's new this week? And, something like whatever. And somebody just says yes.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, well, in the last 2 minutes, I asked about 5 questions. You got to be like, yes, I'm taking the day off of work, or whatever the topic is. It's very helpful to a streamer to include even a small snippet of what you're responding to. That way, I know what topic you're talking about, and we can pick up the response from there. And that's just something that is astounding to me that people don't do already, considering how long streaming and stream delays have been a part of life. So,
Yeah.
um, right.
I had an interesting thought. Just imagine if, when you're talking to the audience, you'll like say, "Oh, how's everybody doing? Have you done anything interesting?" And then like the type of topic switches to food. So somebody types in a response to, you know, "What are you doing?" And somebody says, "I had a barbecue with my family." Right after, "Have you had, what's everybody eating?"
Oh, uh,
Yes.
okay. So right in here is the cutoff for this. So we're gonna take painting, gravel. Make sure you put the crosshairs right in the center, like a bullseye, right in the center, right? That square is right in the center. So right there, it's right in the center of the screen. I can take this, be like, all right, this. Go go until we hit the next center point. Not easy, let me assure you. Painting textures in this game is kind of a nightmare, but...
Got a couple of comments
yeah.
there.
Let's see.
Alex had a new one, and then 2 from Kimberly.
Please add a dodge ramp on your anniversary. Please add a... I don't know if there's a dodge ramp mod. I mean, I would guess that there would be, because the number of mods for this game is pretty crazy. So I would imagine there's a dodge ramp. I think I've seen... It may not be called a dodge ramp. It may be like a lizard, lizard brand, because that's what they use. Anytime they can't really get the rights to a brand, they model it to look exactly like whatever it is, but then they just call it lizard, right? It's just lizard brand. That's where the lizard brand comes from. Now, why they chose lizard? I have no idea why they chose lizard, but that's the brand that they came up with. Okay, so if we want to have a road, I'm trying to mark off the one grass field that we're gonna have here. So once we get it marked, I'll be able to...
I swear that parked semi jumped right out in front of me.
Of course. It's the Mexican jumping semi.
Yes. See? At least somebody knows what's going on.
That road. I'm just trying to mark off here. Oh, no. Worst case comes, I can always repaint this grass. We want to put a field. I don't even have to repaint the grass. You just plow over it. This paintbrush is really touchy. How sensitive it is to which square you're painting.
Kimberly posted another message.
TLX 3500. Maybe on the official mod page, that's all they have, but I can guarantee on some of the really crappier websites, like the ones that are really rough to try to find stuff in, they've got a much wider variety of stuff that you yeah, the modding community is huge, and only a fraction of the mods available are actually on the official mod hub.
I always thought balers like this look so weird, the way they just ploop out a bale every now and then.
Well, a lot of the balers actually look like that.
Yep. Not saying it's wrong or anything, just it's always been one of those things in my head that just looks weird. Ploop. We got another message from Alex.
The Giants had issues with naming rights. Yeah, if they don't have access or rights to a brand, then they just sort of cheese it with the lizard. The machines look exactly the same, but then it's literally like, this is lizard brand or this is whatever, and it's like, I don't understand how a brand, if a company is coming to you and saying, hey, we want to include whatever into a game, and we want to use your brand and logo and all that so everybody knows what it is. I don't understand how a company would turn that away. I don't understand what would drive them to turn that away.
Yeah,
like,
it seems weird.
It's like, no, we don't want people to use our brand. It's like, no, you really want as many people as possible to use your brand. Like, you want brand recognition. Not to say that you're going to sell a $250,000 lawnmower to your average citizen. I mean,
Yeah.
what do these brands think they're going to get out of it? Right? What does Kubota think by not like protecting their brand? What do they think they're protecting and protecting from? Do you think they're protecting from somebody copying it? Like, I don't understand like what they're trying to do.
Because as far as espionage were to go, or there's no such thing. There's no real worry for that. That's what you're kind of saying. Yeah.
What I'm saying is, if a company, if say John Deere wanted to copy the like the Kloss or the Krone lawnmower, like the M500 lawnmower that we have, if John Deere wanted to copy that, all they would need to do is go out and buy one, take it into their shop, and take it apart. Like, it's literally that easy. Reverse engineering is one of the primary ways a company copies the idea of somebody else, right? All you need to do is buy one. So it's funny to me that they basically, like, it's like, yeah, they're not gonna give rights to buy XYZ because of reasons I don't understand. I've never understood. And then you have the rare case where maybe there is a farmer out there, and maybe they play the game in the wintertime, and they play, they try all this equipment, and it is accurate. The equipment is accurate to the point of, you can get a good idea of what it's capable of. So, an average farmer out there who wants to play this game, well, they might start using the Krone, M450 and go, wow, this thing is awesome. Next season, I'm going to buy one of these. And boom, $450,000 or whatever those things cost these days. Like, $230,000 or whatever they are. But that putting that in the game gives you that tiny little chance of that happening, because they're able to use all of this variegated equipment that you don't normally get access to. So,
yeah, it's more of a question of what do you have to lose, not what do you gain.
Right.
Because It's not like they have to do any work for it. The Giants does all of it. They'll do it anyway.
I did not grab. I don't think bought a big tractor. Oh no. So this plot of land that I just highlighted, instead of mowing it, I hear frantic cat litter box noises. Somebody pooped.
Hopefully it was the cat.
Yeah,
Be a little worried.
she's a shy pooper, and yeah, I can always tell because it's like frantic, like ah, leave no evidence, leave no evidence. Okay,
Yeah.
so this plot of land right in here, number 26, we are going to purchase this plot of land. Okay. I want to, well, should we mow it? Because if we mowed it first, that would give us, oh, man, roughly like at least a million liters. At least a million liters of grass. And that would come, oh, damn it. That would come close to paying for this. I'm gonna override all the orange flowers in first.
Yeah, those silly things.
Oh, she's still in there scraping away.
Now you were talking about cats and being nervous pooers and stuff. It's funny how sometimes you get that where a cat is uh um what's the word again?
She's a
Private
shy
pooper?
she's a shy
Shy.
pooper.
Yeah. But then you get some that are just, no poops given.
Yeah.
They actually wait until somebody's around. So they can just be all like, yeah, you smell that? That was me.
That was me,
You're
yeah.
welcome.
Yeah, Lucy usually waits until like midnight or when I go to bed. It's usually always like she's like waiting around, and then I finally go to bed, and then boom, she is immediately going to the cat box. And it's hilarious because it's like, no, he has to be in bed, he has to be away, can't ever. And then once in a while, yeah, middle of the day, she's in there frantically trying to bury something. I'm like, okay, well. Oh, look at all this. I was very tempted when I generated the grass in the world. I was very tempted to eliminate the orange flowers. I don't know why I did. I don't know what reason in my head that I justified. Like, no, that's too cheap. We're erasing them for free anyway. So, and it's funny. You could really cheese the system. You could literally mow an area, gather up all the grass, paint it with meadow again, and then mow it all over again. You can just keep doing that over and over and over and over and over again. Now, meadow should be $50 per square, right? But when you have the free thing on, then it changes.
Should I get to mowing?
I was gonna start this one here. Switch our jobs up a little bit.
Alrighty. I bailed up all the stuff.
Sweet.
I'll start in on the semi.
Get that good practice in. All right.
Is this the right trailer?
Yeah, the flatbeds.
Okay. There we go.
Let's go this way. I don't know if there are any collectibles on this plot of land. This is the first time, everybody, in the last, I don't know, 2 months since we started playing this game, that I've actually started working on a plot of land north of our starting position. It's the first time that we've worked on a plot of land up here. Yeah, crazy, I know, but it is what it is. So I want to come around here, go up here. Oh yeah, this baby can actually mow at 43 miles an hour. So we're gonna bump that up a little bit. Keep an eye out for possible landmines. So it's going to be inevitable that I hit one of those if there's one in. They're really hard to see.
I mentioned 1984 before. Have you ever had a chance to read that?
Oh yeah, I've read that.
Okay. Last I remember.
Orwell.
Yep.
I mean, it was
Okay.
years ago, but
Oh, okay. I must be thinking somebody else then.
back when high school tried to teach you shit, and it wasn't just about identity politics.
Yeah. You know, it's crazy the books they sometimes give you to read in school. I remember there was a book I think I read through most of it, which wow. Yeah, I barely ever read any of the books, even if it was something I was mildly interested in. But for some reason, that one I actually read it. I think because I needed to comprehend it more. I couldn't just bluff my way through it as easily. And the end of the book, and this is kind of why I bring it up. The end of the book, basically the only moral I could glean from it was don't mess with the universe. Just stay out of the way and don't do anything, because you'll just get stomped out and destroyed.
Are you talking about 1984?
Nope.
Oh.
It was a completely different book. It actually was about a high school. And there was one student who was just like exceedingly manipulative. And somehow connected. I can't remember that part, but basically that at the end of the book, this kid gets away with absolutely every horrible thing that had been done. You know, and meanwhile the
you remember the name
protagonist, no, not a clue. I could give you some hints on it and probably be able to find it pretty easily based on the storyline. But the protagonist, at least I think he was the protagonist of the story, he's battered and bruised. He literally finished a bare knuckle boxing. And it didn't have the rosy picture of the UFC. You know, like the guy probably spent years in recovery after the ordeal, and that was the guy giving them the basic moral of you know, don't don't try and do anything. Just sit down and don't fight it. And I always thought, you know, on one level, that sounds satirical, or not satirical. I thought there was a special word for it.
Like a parody?
No, like the it all boils down to, and maybe satire is the right word. There was an old book, or not book, but basically article written by somebody that was completely facetious. He didn't mean a word of it. It was just to provoke people's thought.
Oh.
And the one I'm referencing, the let's just eat the Irish.
Oh.
Feed the poor and eat the Irish. Because back then the Irish were looked at as subhumans.
Oh, I forgot this thing has an auto turn feature.
You know, I tried using that, it didn't seem to work. It's just Control A or Control. Oh no, it's Alt.
Yeah, I think it's Alt A and D.
Yep, Control A and D does the same thing, except it doesn't reverse your direction. That was my problem. I was using Control because I'm an idiot. But yeah, the you know, don't fight, all that stuff, and it was just like, you know, you're giving this to high school students, supposedly impressionable people, the future, and you're just like, oh yeah, just let's make drones.
So I think if anybody out there really wants to understand what message the right or any, I hesitate to even say on the right, because I don't even consider myself on the right. Like, I'm not a religious person by any means, right? So I don't consider myself on the right. So I mostly consider myself against the left, whether that's a center, whatever you call it, right? So if you really want to understand why the right is saying the things and doing the things that we are against the left, there are two books that you need to read that outline perfectly what we're fighting against. And if you read these books and you don't see the parallels in what's going on with the books, right? If you can honestly read these books and then analyze what's going on socially and not find reason to change your mind about what your ideology is, then you are a lost person, and you need to go back to school and learn what the hell happens in these environments. And one of those books we've already mentioned, 1984. It is a very, very good story outlining what happens in a totalitarian regime. When you start suppressing free speech, when you start censoring people, when you start trying to silence voices that you don't like or that hurt your poor feelings, that book is telling you where we're going. Total control of the population. The other book that you need to read is more on the economic side and what happens when you start suppressing creativity and capitalism. And that book is called Animal Farm. Animal Farm, Oz, if you've never read it, is a phenomenal,
I've heard it.
a phenomenal book giving you the parallels on what happens with human nature, in a situation where people are like, we want to spread the wealth, and there are a set group of people that say, sure, we'll spread the wealth, we'll give you some bread and some water, we're going to take the rest. And that's what happens in Animal Farm. Now, a lot of people say, yeah, the bales in the middle of my headlands, you gotta go and pick these up right away. You can't. Because these are gonna be.
Sorry.
They're gonna be in the way of my mowing. I
shouldn't have bothered with the headlands yet. Oh, where do we dump these off? The
farm supply factory.
The farm supply. Okay. Wasn't sure how
So Animal Farm. To summarize, all the animals on the farm get together and they're like, we do all the work, we don't get any of the benefit, and so at first they all get together and they all rebel and they basically kick the farmer off the farm. Well, then they realize, well, shit, everybody is, we gotta pool everything so we can survive. We still need to run the farm, but it is what it is. We gotta be able to pay for we got to be able to pay for food and stuff, and so they start working the farm. Well, as what happens in any situation, some people are good at one thing and some people are good at another, and the people who are good at managing money, working with the humans, selling the products, they have a more lavish and comfortable lifestyle than all the other farm animals. And it is a really sad story, but it's brilliantly done.
Not to mention they're one of the few that can read, and everybody else just trusts that.
So it's a really remarkable. Those two books are why people are so scared and so like we need to fix this. This is not going the way. This is not going in a good direction, and that is what we're looking at. And some people on the left don't see it that way, and that's what's scary. If you can look at all of the speech censoring, I mean that one freaking prime minister of like New Zealand, literally in her speech, she said we need to do some censoring in order to protect free speech. Literally said that. We need to censor some things to protect free speech.
And that's like core of 1984. Everything is oxymoronic. We have to do this to protect this. Which
it's at that point. It's any logical human being would be able to look at that and go, well, that's not free speech. How are you even calling it free speech if you're limiting what can be said? So it is a remarkable series of mental gymnastics that bring a person to that point. And if there is a large majority of people that either don't care, that think it doesn't apply to them, that hasn't affected their life. Like my one of my younger brothers lives in Chicago with his wife, his pregnant wife. Lives in Chicago. And like Chicago is a freaking cesspool of crime and it's just bad. And I've talked to him before, and I'm really worried about you in Chicago. Like Chicago is a abyss of crime and horribleness. And he's like, oh, we don't get really affected by that where we live. This place and this place is where we live, and we don't really see any of that. And I look at him and I'm like, yet, like it's just because it doesn't apply to you now doesn't mean it's not going to at some point.
Yeah.
And that is the problem, is because what people are looking at, and they're like, well, I don't really feel that. I don't. People aren't knocking on my door with AK-47s. Like, this doesn't happen. It's like, yes, but that doesn't mean that it won't. That doesn't mean that if you let this situation go and go and go and go and go, that's not going to be the inevitable result. And so the situation is a little bit more sensitive because it's only a matter of time. I'm sure citizens in these other cities thought the same thing 5 years ago. Well, it's not that bad. Like, we can let in a few immigrants. That's not that bad. We can, we have enough space. Well, no. Now look at the situation. Because the people up on the top, they will push and push and push and push. Their goal is to destroy what we have in this country. That's the goal. It's obvious. If you're bringing in hundreds of thousands of people who can't speak the language, who are not at all loyal to the country they're going to. This is happening in Europe en masse, and look what's happening there. It's destroying the cultures. It's destroying the countries. And, that may be the goal. Like, and there are definitely people, that's the goal. It's been stated. Like,
they've written books about it.
I mean, look at there's a representative from Asa State.
Oh, yeah.
Who literally advocates for Sharia law in the U.S. She married her brother in order to gain citizenship, and then was elected into Congress. So that we literally have somebody in Congress, a Democrat, that wants Sharia law. And if you don't know what Sharia law is, I don't even know how to spell it, but it's pretty damn bad. And how a woman of all people is advocating for this, I will never understand. Because Sharia law is literally women have no rights, period. And how a woman is actually advocating for that, I don't know how that works. But
yeah, it's strange.
This person is incredibly anti-Semitic, as stated as such, and has never backed down from those positions. And why is she elected? Because the Democrats wanted her in there because they want to destroy the country. And so they moved a whole bunch of Somali immigrants into one district, and boom, lo and behold, a Somali representative is elected. Big surprise. You don't think that is like... Hello, Mr. Tractor.
A has nothing to do with B.
Yeah, I don't understand how anybody from your state, Oz, can justify that. I just don't understand that. Like, how can you be like, well, we need to accept all cultures, blah blah. It's like, no. The American people have their own culture. We have our own values, just like every other country. We have our own language. It is not xenophobic. It is not racist to have your own culture. It isn't.
Well, these are also the people that say there is no such thing as white culture. There, none of them. I can't believe that there's people that actually say that. I mean, when compared to other cultures, the cohesion for Americans compared to our European ancestry, yeah, it's probably less than, say, the affinity that Chinatown has to China,
Yeah,
Yeah,
I am
different, but
on the team of, let's all be equal. And by equal, I mean equal.
yeah,
And what the left wants isn't equality. They want domination. They want, for some reason, white people are the enemy, and they're literally trying to rewrite history. Look what they're trying to do in the UK. They're literally rewriting books, and they're trying to make it seem that before white people arrived in the UK, it was populated by black people. And that's the narrative that they're pushing. And it's like, why is that important to everybody? Why is it important? Who was there first? It's not history. It's ideology. It's not accurate. It's not.
I think
As populations left Africa, it's not like they hopped on a bus from Africa and made it to England in an afternoon. It took thousands of years for humanity to spread out from Africa. Thousands upon thousands of years of generations of people to grow up in little villages and move away and build new villages little bits at a time and do a little bit of hunting and gathering as you go. It took thousands of years to populate, and during that time, as they went further and further north, they lost this pigment in their skin because they had to. There was less sunlight in the northern altitudes or northern latitudes, and as a result, they needed to absorb more sunlight to create the vitamin D, and it was just a biological process. They just lost the pigment in their skin. It's insane to think that the ideology now, the narrative, is so hell bent on making it seem like African Americans or black people like built the world. Like, no, I'm sorry, but no, that is not history. And yet there's a huge effort. There's a huge effort to rewrite it, and I don't understand why. Why can't history be history? You be proud of what you accomplish. You be happy with what you have. And you don't try to rewrite history to make yourself look better. Like, I don't understand, like, trying to like, I don't know. There's no actual, like, truth to it.
it's so weird.
It's a bizarre system. And the motivation is just narcissism. We're the best. We're great. They even, I think it was Netflix. They did another special, and it was a special on one of the more famous Viking kings from like 935. No, What did he ruled from like 955 to 975, right? It was like Harkon the Great or something. Played by a black woman.
Oh,
Now, I don't understand why somebody thought that was a good idea, but at this point, they're just mocking African people. They're just mocking them because it's like a Viking from 975 is not going to be black. I'm sorry. It's just not how the world works. It's just not. So,
my only assumption is that they tried to say, the person was a slave, because that used to be a thing.
but they didn't.
Vikings.
But yeah, but they didn't have
black slaves.
They didn't have black. It was all white slaves. It was slaves from Ireland, England, the northern part of Europe. Like, that's where they got their slaves. They're all white, and like
A lot of them being Slavic, thus the word.
Like it's just crazy. It's insanity.
Anybody want off the ride yet?
So yeah, 1984 and Animal Farm. You know, and the right. You know, it's so funny the rhetoric that the right has to deal with. The left is so good at blaming the right for doing exactly what the left is doing. Kamala Harris even came out and said, "You got to be careful. The right is trying to rewrite history, and they're blaming us for doing what they're doing." Like literally saying, like the catch-22, like it's the rhetoric is insane. It's insane. It's completely backwards. And whoever's in charge of messaging for the Democrats and the left is just brilliant, because they are manipulating millions of people. They're manipulating them into believing this shit, and none of it is true for the people on the right. None of it is true. The people on the right are just trying to like wake people up and be like, this is insanity, what you're accusing us of, and it's literally what the other side is doing. So I don't know, like, oh man,
A lie told often enough.
True. I mean, a lie told often enough, people will believe, especially because the Democrats have the entire apparatus of the media. They have newspapers, TV. They have the media in its pocket, and they are using it to great effect.
That was one thing I was thinking about after I think something you mentioned on Saturday, and part of it is that overwhelmingly journalism is a liberal pursuit, and obviously the liberals are those who oh man, my words today. Most of the people who are on the left, quote unquote, the ones that we pretty much have to fight against, the majority of them are liberal. So it's just kind of a, for them, happy circumstance.
Yeah, and the buzzwords are getting mixed around, because liberal is now like the modern liberal is different from a liberal from 20 years ago, right? The nomenclature. My grandma has been a staunch Democrat her whole life, and she doesn't believe the things that I'm saying about like Biden. She doesn't believe it, and I'm like, why? Like, this is the guy admitted. He's admitted the shit that he's being accused of. This needs to be 26.4. No, 13.2. And what she doesn't realize is her Democrat, the Democrat of like JFK, is different. Their ideology is different from what it is, and that change is something that she hasn't internalized. She thinks her party is the same as it was in the 50s, and it's like, oh no, very, very, very much different, very, very different. And I just wish that people like her really could internalize the differences.
Okay.
But because it's people like her, it's that mentality that if this country is going to survive, That's who we need to get through to, right? People like my grandma. If I can convince her of the truth, then there's hope for the country. Because she is so firmly embedded at 90 years old that if I can convince her of the reality, then there's hope. If I'm not able to, then we're lost. It's over. It's just a matter of time. Because
Yeah.
it is just a matter of time. It's literally just it's just going to be a slow erosion of our rights, and people are just going to smile and wave as they go away. It's going to be like, well, this is gone.
So
and
this is
gone.
how freedom dies.
Yeah.
Not with a...
It's one law at a time. Michigan
Yep.
passing, speech restriction. Well, today it's misgendering someone, or misusing their pronouns. Even though, how are you supposed to guess somebody's pronouns by looking at it? It's impossible to look at somebody and be like, oh, you're a Z, or you're a Zer, or you're a whatever the hell they made up for that day, right? Because people just make shit up, and that's what they use. And it's like, how are we supposed to know that? Well, we're supposed to ask.
Yeah, you can never talk to somebody directly. You have to first discuss their pronouns. That's the world they want.
My brother knows somebody who just started in college, and lo and behold, their first day of computer science class, they go in and they hand out name tags. Right? In the class, they're handing out name tags. Now, I've been through college. I know what that's all about. I never had to use name tags. Not one call. I may have talked to 5 people my entire time in college. Not once did I have to use a name tag. But they handed out name tags, and on the name tags was a line for pronouns. First day of college, pronouns. And it was like, I'm here to learn. I'm not here to worry about this shit. And it's crazy because most people just kind of go with the flow, and they're just like, yeah, we're just, whatever. Let's just get it over with. They don't fight back because what's the point, right? It's not that big of a deal. Well, it's not that big of a deal until you're thrown in prison. Did you see that guy? Right? There's a guy who was just sentenced to prison time for burning an LGBTQ alphabet mafia flag. Right? So he burned a flag. 15 years in prison. He got more time in prison than African Americans get for hate crimes against white people. There was the trio of black guys that were just acquitted for killing somebody. And to me, I look at that and go, yeah, that's the loss of the country. The country's over when I see stuff.
And yet, burning the American flag is freedom of speech.
Right. And yet, yeah, you can do that. You have the freedom to do that. But burning the LGBT flag, that's a hate crime. And you get massive, massive, massive prison time. So when I say 1984 and we talk about this kind of shit, that's what I'm talking about. Is the insanity of the system. Because it's only a matter of time before somebody's knocking on your door and saying, remember that thing you said last month? Yeah. I mean, look what they did to G6s. Like 2.5 years after G6 or J6, 2.5 years they knock on somebody's door and arrest them. The things that the facts around that, people are constantly citing, oh, these people were bad, these people were evil. It's like, no. The truth behind what happened that day will go down in history as possibly the beginning of the end. Not the people that showed up to protest, but what happened to them. There was a guy that wasn't even there. He wasn't even there that day,
Jeez.
and he got like 12 years. He wasn't even there. He was just associated with the group that was there, and he got like 12 years or like 17 years or whatever it was. So, and a little old lady. There was an old lady and her son, right? There was a lady who was like 73 years old, and her son was there. They were just like tourists that day. They were just in town, and they were just hanging out in the crowd like, what the hell is going on here? There's a bunch of people. They got 5 years.
Wow.
Like a 70-year-old woman. 5 years. That could be a life sentence for just being there. Like, they were just like tourists that day. They weren't even from DC. They were just tourists there, and they got 5 years each. Like, yeah, the situation is insane. It is insane. The more you learn about it, the more you're like, that does not make sense. But this is what's happening. It's crazy. So, you know, my main reason for talking about it on the channel, and some people might be like going, just tuning out. My main reason is like, hey, this is going on. You need to pay attention to this. You know, oh my God, I hit the wrong button, of course. Trying to do this.
If you're not going to relegate yourself to near servitude, you got to stand up now.
Yeah, the WEF has already outlined exactly what they're going after, right? So the WEF, as well as the BlackRock and the ESG and all of this, it's all going. If you want to look at what the point of it is, like where are they headed? What is their goal, right? The WEF has already come out and stated exactly what their goal is. You will own nothing and you will be happy. So the WEF's whole goal is to remove private property, ownership of material goods. Their entire like purpose is to wash away rights. And then you turn around and you look at something like, okay, well, in a situation like that, what does that mean? Well, it also means there are no borders. It means that the entire world is one giant economy. Well, what do you think that's going to give? You think people are going to be living in harmony and holding hands and singing Kumbaya, and it's going to be all one big happy family? Or do you think it's going to be a totalitarian, martial law, limited, you have no rights? You think it's going to be that? Well, I can guarantee you it's going to be that. It's going to be a few people at the top that own everything. Everybody underneath is going to be in servitude. We're going to go right back to like the feudalism of the Dark Ages. That's where we're headed. And they've outlined as much. If you watch the speeches, the WEF speeches, it is pretty crazy.
Yeah, you hear people talk about great reset and stuff like that, and before they say those words, they'll portray a bright utopia, and then they'll say great reset, and that's when you should go, wait,
reset what? That's what I say. Reset what? The great reset. Like, what are you resetting? Oh, they're resetting everything. And their goal is reducing the human population. They want a maximum of 500 million people on the planet. That's their goal. Yep. Maximum 500 million. And when you look at that and you're like, wow, that sounds like a lot. There's 8 billion people on the planet right now. Yep. So 7.5 billion people have to go. Who is going to choose who goes? It's going to be a slow erosion. It's going to be not good. It's going to be not good. and that is what we're going towards. And I mean, if you're on board with that, then fine. But somebody like Justin Trudeau in Canada is literally born and raised in this environment. And this, if you look at all the shit going on in Canada right now, this is why. This is their purpose. This is their front line. Canada is sort of the practice run. It's a small population, and the government is getting away with things that nobody should ever get away with. And yet the Canadian people, there are still people in Canada that are supporting the government. Like, they're literally stupid enough to just not see their rights disappear in front of them. They're just like, yeah, they're on board with the crazy. It's astounding. I just think it's astounding.
You mentioned something earlier that I wanted to add to. You were talking about the Democratic Party not being the same. I was having a conversation with somebody back in 2014, so wow, almost 10 years ago now. But the relevant thing is, keep in mind, this was before the 2016 election. And I was talking about rural areas, and I said that rural areas, especially farmers, are no longer Democrat. And the person I was talking to was a very much a staunch leftist. So yeah, he would vote Democrat, but he's one of the people who are now causing all these problems. But anyway, when I said that, he looked at me like I was an alien, because he said, "What, farmers are more conservative now? Aren't Democrats anymore? Have you ever heard of the DFL, Democrat Labor Farmer, or Democrat Farmer Labor? Or is it DLF? I don't know. You know what I mean, though." And I'm like, yeah, that's old news now. A lot of rural voters and even farmers are no longer voting with the Democrat line because they've gotten burned by it before. And the reason this is relevant is that that conversation came 100% true. Look at the map, the election map in 2016. The entire country is red with dots of blue.
Right.
If you look at the county by county breakdown. Basically, the only reason that we get Democrat politicians in Washington is because of our large cities.
Yeah, most large cities are mostly Democrat. There are a few exceptions to that, and most large cities that are also Democrat are also cesspool of crime and poverty. And the people who live in those cities, namely like San Francisco, Chicago, Portland, they don't equate how they vote to the problems they have in the city, right? A lot of people disconnect that, which is astounding to me, because it's like, how do you not see how you vote as to what policies, like sanctuary cities, like, what do you think a sanctuary city is, right? Now you have New York spending $1 billion on hotels for all the immigrants that are crossing the border. Because Texas is like, we're done. We're just shipping them out. Because we didn't have these policies. We tried to keep them out. But the federal government came in and said, nope. And the politicians in these cities were like, yeah, we're going to be a sanctuary city. They were so far away from the border, they probably passed that not thinking they were actually going to have to follow through with it. So it was like the the issue became like, oh crap, now we have to actually like come through and put our money where our mouth is. And lo and behold, they're getting inundated. The citizens of those cities are like rebelling, because it's like, what are you doing to our poor city? So yeah, oh man, it's super frustrating to see people disconnect like what's going on in their lives to how they vote. And the Trump derangement syndrome is even more mind-boggling because my grandma has it really bad, and I will never understand somebody who can see the situation and still be against him as a person.
I could see people not liking him, obviously, but yeah, the is saying that the treatment that he's getting, the narrow focus that they have, which is clearly an attempt to stop him from running. You know,
Yeah.
what
Well,
world are
it's
we
this is
living
the
in where that's
lies.
acceptable?
I mean, the whole
Oh
Russian
yeah,
thing. It was all lies. The whole thing was made up to discredit him, and it was all made up. And like
best case.
the media covered it like a feeding frenzy back in 2020 and from like 2016 all the way up. They just nonstop the media, newspapers, television, everything was talking about how corrupt this person was and blah 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 blah. It was all a lie. It was all made up. There was no evidence added at all, and yet that was the narrative over and over and over again enough times where everybody really believed it. And that's all they needed to do. And it was all made up. And how can anybody be okay with that? Their government doing that to a political candidate, literally sabotaging and manipulating the electorate to that extent, and then accusing him of manipulating the electorate.
Yeah,
That is the most amazing thing of all. Is like, here we're gonna like. I just think it's just amazing. Their messaging is expert level propaganda manipulation. It is amazing. That they're literally like they lie for years to manipulate the electorate. Then they turn around and accuse them of manipulating the electorate, and that's it's just like it's literally a clown world. It's literally just like, how is anybody falling for this shit? It's just, but it's expert. It's expert level propaganda. Somebody out there is very very good at manipulating the message, and it's just it's a phenomenal like apparatus they have. I just wish fewer people fell into it. I just wish that it was like people were smarter than.
oh, and Alex sent a message a while ago, but it was mostly just adding to the current conversation. But just to let him know, we saw it.
Yeah. Yeah, the statement that a black person can't be racist is, to me, an astounding flex of mental gymnastics. It's like, no, pretty much anybody can be. And the R word has now been so overused that
Yeah,
it's
it's
kind of
lost
its efficacy. Really, right? And so it's like, when you call everybody that, and you that's your primary excuse, that's your primary, like, that's your go-to, then you're diluting the power of that accusation to the point where if somebody accuses you of it, it stings a lot less. So it's a brilliant manipulation, because I mean I've seen videos of people of African Americans literally going down the street and just beating up random white people. And it's like, when you have a population that can get away with anything. I mean, literally, that one guy in New York, 80-year-old man, black guy, he was on a bike, dressed all in black, rolled up behind him and shot him. And this 80-year-old man, this old man, his wife was right there, watched the whole thing. In the middle of the day in New York, just shot. And it's like, when you allow that kind of shit to happen and you excuse it, that's a problem. The reason that they're doing this, I'm convinced, and I haven't really seen anybody say it. The master plan, I think, the reason why they're doing all of this and letting these people get away with it, literally acquitting, it's a push. Like, how dare you charge a black man for a crime against a white person? Not guilty. Because of whatever perceived BS that I don't know. But I'm convinced that the whole reason that they're doing this is to push the average citizen to finally have enough and to fight back, and people to start defending their houses, their neighborhoods. And once that happens, it opens the door for the left. Once that violence starts, and once vigilante justice starts, to then clamp down and start just what's the word? Declare martial law, right? To start limiting people's rights, because the nobody trusts the criminal justice system, right? You have 70% of this country that does not trust the criminal justice system. Well, what do you think is going to happen when that happens? What do you think the average citizen is going to do to protect themselves? I've seen videos of people getting robbed, beaten, and shot in their garages because they open their garage door to in their own neighborhood, and there's a group of guys waiting for them to do that, and they steal a car, they beat the guy up, they shoot him. Nothing is ever done with these people. So what do you think is going to happen? People are going to be armed up, and they're going to start blasting. They're going to start blasting people left, right, and center. Well,
people are only going to put up with it for so long.
And what happens after that? Then you follow the chess move, right? You look at the board, and you're like, all right, the board is set. What is the obvious move after that? Well, the obvious move after that is the left's brilliant marketing, and they're going to be like, well, we need to, there are all these poor black people that are, being shot and blah 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 blah. We need to remove people from being armed, and that's coming. And, And B, we need to declare martial law. That removes a huge amount of freedoms that you have. Freedom to move, freedom to do a lot of things. And it is going to be quite... I just see that's where it's going. I just see it. That's the whole purpose of diluting the justice system. Is to force people to defend themselves. And to force that narrative. And once you do that, It's going to be a removal of rights. And if anybody out there has a different idea, then chime in.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to other ideas. 2 years ago, I was bought hook, line, and sinker into the propaganda of COVID and all the other stuff. Like I believed all the rhetoric. I believed all the bullshit. And it took a few months of me, talking about it with family and looking up interviews and seeing the other side of it to really become aware of some of the shit that's going on. And once I really started looking into it, that's where I got scared, because it was like, oh my God, I was one of the sheeple. I was completely blind to what was going on. And so if you have another idea, if you have a separate point of view, then I'm always open. One of the hallmarks of having an open mind is you can take new data in and absorb it into your own points of view. And I'm not going to be, just because I have this observation doesn't mean I'm not going to be open to new data. I don't want to fall into that trap again of being completely closed off. We get an average of 5 to 10 shootings in garages in my small. Oh my God. Yeah, in Texas, you're actually allowed. You're actually allowed to defend your property in Texas. You've got to defend. Castle doctrine in Texas. There are states, many states, blue states, that you do not have the right to defend your property from intruders. If somebody comes in to your house, you do not have the right to defend your property. You have to leave your property and allow them full access to everything you have. Now, I don't know about you, but I think that is I think that is an insane position to have, where you don't even have the right to defend your home or your family. But there are states that do that. You do not have the right. And
yeah, it seems so alien.
Somebody comes into your home, I don't care what they're armed with. They could be armed with a pixie stick and a Pez dispenser. I don't effing care what they come in with. They broke into your home. They don't have warm fuzzies on their mind. They're not there to give hugs and kisses, right? And the average, person who breaks into somebody's home is there to break. They've already broken the law by breaking into your home. And especially if you have family in the house, I just don't care. Some leftist post on Twitter a week or so ago. They literally posted, just because somebody breaks into your house doesn't give you the right to shoot them. That's that mentality. Like, I don't understand it.
I could see if they're trying to say that you don't have the right to kill them, but to say you don't have the right to defend yourself at all against them, that's a completely different story.
My attitude is, if somebody is breaking into your property, right, they know the risks associated with that.
Yep.
They are taking it upon themselves, the risks that are inherent in that crime. So by defending yourself, I don't care whether you shoot them in the knee or between the eyes. That is the risk they took upon themselves to do that. It is on them. You did not force them, entice them, or ask them to break into your house. They took it upon themselves to do that. And by defending them, by defending their right to break into your home, you are enticing them to break into your home. You are saying people who own homes don't have the right to defend themselves. Therefore, break into all the homes you want. Not only that, it's happening. By the way, the insanity is happening. But they now they're getting off. Now they're getting acquitted of the damage that they're right. Those two teenagers ran that sheriff down on his bike. Guy was riding his bike on the side of the road. These two 16, 17-year-old kids ran him down. And the whole time they were streaming. They streamed the whole thing. And they just laughed. They ran this guy down, killed him, and laughed the whole time. What do you think they deserve? What mentality allows you to be in that position? You think these two kids are going to be productive members of society when they're 25? You think they're going to see the light? You think they're going to become better citizens?
Doesn't take a magic 8-ball for that one.
No. They're already I was 16, 17 years old. Killing somebody on a bike was not even in my mind space. Right? It wasn't even it didn't even register to me to do something like that. So the fact that they're already in that like sociopathic mentality of we're just going to harm everybody. I mean, these people like shoplifting and stuff. Jesus. And that they have this entitlement of. I mean, I saw one video where the shoplifters were trying to leave the store, and a security guard tried to stop them, and the shoplifters pepper sprayed the security guard.
Yeah.
And it's like they're defending themselves in enforcing their
security.
They're enforcing like we're going to shoplift, and like we have the right to shoplift, so we're going to defend ourselves. It is so amusing to me. All right, I am going to start. No, let's see. Let's do this side first. The reason I sleep one day is to allow the grass to grow, right? So the grass grows up, and that allows you when you plow, it actually gives you the first tier of fertilizer.
Ah.
So we don't have to spray fertilizer to get it to up to one tier, and then we can do the second tier with the planter, keeping it, having it be the next level of grass. After you mow, it goes up a level. That inherently gives you a first tier of fertilizer. So if we look, turn off lime, you can see it's a little bit of blue. No, I'm not trying to min-max the size of the field. Alright, let's get here. I want there to be space. You need there to be space between the fields. Certain minimums. I don't know what that minimum space is. There needs to be some space between the fields. That way, if you use like course play, use course play on a field, and the fields are too close together, course play will merge the fields in its course, and it will completely mess up what you try to do. So you need there to be, I don't even know what the gap is, but there needs to be some sort of gap between.
And we happen to have a little bit of space in between each of these lots where we can.
Yeah, that's why I was running the roads, because the roads force you to have a space in between.
Yep. Excellent idea.
So let's see. Trying to line that other tine up over there. This is why I do the first stage with it folded up, because it's way easier to line that little tine up with the edge when it's folded up than it is if it's just the wings are out and it's super wide and it's like, ooh.
Yeah, real hard to tell.
Yeah, it's hard to gauge because you can't move your camera around. So it's always centered on the tractor.
Wow,
Right.
we've already been going for 2 hours.
I know, right? Time flies when you're farming and talking shit about social events.
Yeah.
But yeah, every week there's something new. You know, the most fascinating thing that's come out of this whole thing is you know, they call it Trump derangement syndrome, TDS. And you know, it started as a joke. So I don't know who coined it. I'd have to ask my brother, because my brother knows a lot more about it. But somebody coined it. That it's just this irrational hatred of this man and everything he stands for. Where, yeah, he's narcissistic and a little obnoxious and a little full of himself. But he's more honest about that than any other president in history. You know, people look at Obama as this like savior, and it's like, this man destroyed parts of this country. Not only that, but he did some things while he was in office that should have gotten him hit with war crimes. Like there's some pretty bad stuff, right? There's some pretty bad stuff, but people just forgive all of that because the guy was black. It was just like, you can't be running for president and not be narcissistic at some level. It's just you have to be a little full of yourself to think you're capable of that job.
That was one thing that always bugged me, is that people who I'd have conversations with would say stuff like that. Oh, he's not arrogant, he's not narcissistic. And I blue screen, you know, when somebody says something like that. And it's just like, you're obviously not paying attention. Don't get me wrong. Maybe you know, you can say he's done some good things and stuff like that, but to tell me that he's not a narcissist, no, he's a president. He's automatically a narcissist. I
mean, yeah, look at any CEO of a big corporation. Look at that mentality. You have to have a big ego to push and push and push for those positions. You just have to. And there's nothing inherently wrong with it, right? Narcissism, yeah, it's annoying and it's a little obnoxious. There are YouTubers that are narcissists. That it's like, look at me, look at me, look at me, and it's like, yeah, they're to be in the public eye, you have to have a little bit of that inside of you, and everybody has a little narcissism in there. Like you want to think of yourself as an awesome person, and it's understandable. Yeah. But you know, Trump was just more obvious about it than most people. And
I think he was a little self-deprecating in that regard too, or not self-deprecating, but you know, some of the commentary he would give about it was taken one way when he was basically just acknowledging, yeah, I'm a narcissist, or I'm not that humble. But that was one thing.
One of the things they didn't cover in the media was all the things he was doing while he was in office. So the media, while he was in office, It was wall-to-wall Russiagate. I remember, none of that was true. That was all made up. And it was nothing but that, wall-to-wall for years. Nobody ever covered what he was actually doing in office. He was accomplishing things. He got us out of 3 different wars. You know, he was bringing back American soldiers. He was pulling out of these countries that we had no business in. And it was like, the stuff that he was actually accomplishing was pretty remarkable. And nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about that. And if you actually look at those statistics and what he was accomplishing and what he was doing, the economy was strong. The world was more at peace during his presidency than it has been since. Like, it was a little remarkable. Yeah, and he was annoying, and, you know, there was more coverage on his tweets than what he was actually doing policy-wise. And you can hate the guy all you want as a person, but at least look into what he did. Know the kind of person he is, you know. And he didn't pull any of the shit that the Democrats have pulled. Like, yeah, when he was running on the campaign trail, he was saying, like, how corrupt Hillary was. And he was saying lock her up. But he didn't pursue it when he won. He just was like, you know what, I'm not going to persecute my political rivals. Because that is what you get when you're running towards tyranny. That's what happens. So he was like, no, we're gonna put the brakes on that. I won, I'm gonna be a good winner, and we're gonna focus on the country. What happens when he loses the next cycle? They immediately go after him. And they're trying to prosecute. They're doing the thing that he said no. And yet the number of people who are looking past that and approving of that is astounding. Because only tyrannical regimes try to really prosecute their political rivals, and the Democrats are doing it. Not only that, but now they've opened Pandora's box. So when the next cycle comes around and Trump inevitably wins, what do you think he's going to do when he gets into office? The Democrats are going to lose their mind. And, you know, he would be stupid not to start cleaning house, not to start gutting out the corruption in some of these institutions. It's embedded. Which is why he's got so much support, because people know that this guy, you know, he's a bull in a china shop, and he's going to go in and he's just going to be like, enough is enough. Like, you went after my family, you went after my kids. Like, Jesus, when does it stop?
Yeah.
Like, what? You're going after this man's children. On what planet is that okay?
Yeah, it's insane. The mirror. You know, when Trump was in office, every move one of his kids would make, they, you know, put it under a microscope, and there was accusations of one of them being on drugs or something like that, and it was literally the end of the world.
Yeah, everything was the end of the world. Like, yep. Trump is gonna, you know, all the rhetoric that he's trying to overthrow and all this kind of stuff. It was like, that was so much bullshit. It was so much. When you actually look at what happened. So, like, J6, right? J6, 30 minutes after that whole thing started, he was briefed. Somebody went into the Oval Office and were briefing him on what was going on. He immediately tweets out, "Go home, leave it alone." Like, I don't know exactly what his tweet was, but it was essentially, put any weapons down and just go home. That was his tweet. Go home. And yet they're still trying to nail him for like instituting and like egging it on. It's like, no, he immediately said, no, go home. His whole thing, the questioning, if you look at the video and some of the things that he did, questioning the accuracy of the vote. If you actually if you actually look at what he was saying, pretty much mirrored what every politician has said in every election since Bush Gore back in 2000. Back in 1999, when the Bush Gore election was going on, both sides, Bush and Gore, were saying we're going to do a recount. We can't trust the system. I mean, look at the recounts they did in Florida. That was a whole like hanging Chad and pregnant Chad, and that was the time where they did many recounts because they were both coming out and saying, you know, this election was blah 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 blah, and every election since there's been rhetoric like that, and yet Trump says it, and it's insurrection, and it's like, no, this has literally been the standard for years. This has been the rhetoric. Why is he the one being prosecuted? Well, they're trying to stop him. They're trying to silence him. And it's amazing. To me, it is so much over the line. Because there is a certain level of back and forth. Every election, I've seen it in my adult life. Every election was just like, as soon as the power transferred from Democrat to Republican, the rhetoric was just the same. And then when it transferred again from Republican back to Democrat, it was just more of the same. Each side would have the same rhetoric and the same talking points. It was a little exhausting because it was just like, and it was just this buildup. It was just this slow buildup of shit. And it was like, can't they see the damage they're doing to their own system by pushing this narrative over and over and over and over and over again? Like every time the other party gets into power, they try to screw the other party. And then when they inevitably lose the power, then they cry foul when the other party does it to them. And then again, when it swaps, then the party cries foul again. And it's just like this revolving door of BS. Nobody will work with me. It's all their fault. It's all blah, 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 blah. And it's like, can't you just work together for once in your goddamn lives and actually pass bills and make life better for the American people? Why do you have to like devolve into blaming one another constantly for messing things up? It's always the other party's fault. People are exhausted. People are exhausted because of that rhetoric. They just have no faith in the system anymore. Because it's always the other party's fault. You know, and like the number one thing the Democrats are going to run on again this next cycle is abortion. Again. Well, if you actually look at history, they had like 50 years, various times when Democrats had power, presidential and Senate and, you know, Congress. Like there were times in history they had run of the place. And that was not an issue that they wanted to fix over the last 50 years. That was not an issue that they wanted to enshrine in the Constitution. They had ample attempts to do so. But yeah, as soon as it's overthrown, which it should have been, because it is a states' rights issue, Roe v. Wade, it was a stupid decision to begin with.
And actually, the actual decision of it has been distorted over time.
Right.
I got to brush up on it, but yeah.
Yeah, it's always been a states. There's nothing in the Constitution that gives that freedom. So it's always been a states' rights issue. Federal Constitution doesn't even come close. But for that amount of time, right, since that decision in the 70s, the Democrats have had ample amount of time to fix the problem, to make it enshrined in the Constitution, and they didn't. because in actuality, they probably, in their heart of hearts, don't like it. Don't like the practice. And so they just kind of avoided it. Well, now that it's a hot button issue, they're riding it. They're riding it hard. And they're
Another reason they don't want to get rid of it, though, is it's been a long-standing win for them.
Oh, sure. Over and over and over again. I mean, it's really what drove the last midterm election. Yep. That's the platform they ran on. And there are some states that have gone insane with the laws. Right? They've I think Colorado passed a law that said you can get one up to 9 months in birth.
Oh boy.
So a woman can literally come in 9 months pregnant a day before her due date and get an abortion. And it's
I just can't see that.
I have a huge problem with that. Now my belief, right? This is one of the reasons why I don't consider myself on the right. My belief is first 2 months, you have the right, because at that point, I mean, I know enough about biology to know that it's a clump of about 1,000 cells. It's not, doesn't resemble anything human. It's about the size of a peanut at that point. Like, yeah, there are certain elements that are just like, okay, especially in cases of grape and
rape, incest, etc.
Well, I say grape because the R word is not something you want to say on here.
Yes, I said grape also.
So yeah, it's there are certain things that, like, yeah, it's kind of crazy. I mean, there was a case in South America, craziest thing I've ever heard. A doctor performed one, you know what I'm talking about, on a 10-year-old girl who was impregnated by, like, her uncle. The doctor was excommunicated from the church. And it's like, it's like, what? That's the insanity. That's one of the reasons I'm not a religious person. I'm not a religious person because that's insane. To punish the doctor, it to me is crazy, because imagine your average 10-year-old girl having a baby would kind of damage both psychologically and physically. Like, that is not something that I think should be punished, trying to protect that. But yeah, that's it's crazy.
Yeah, that's one of the problems, is that the only quote solution would be in the gray area, and especially now we don't deal with gray area solutions. Everything's black or white on both sides.
Yeah, there's always a gray area. Subtlety, I mean, where's my I just realized this tractor does not have an indicator for how much fuel it has.
Oh, really?
I just realized that. I looked down on the thing and I just realized there's no. There's a little.
Strange.
There's a bar for repair. I wonder if there's.
This one does.
There's an XML thing. The big one? Yeah, that's the big one.
9620RX? Okay.
Yeah, that's the beast. That's the big one. What? Oh. Oh.
I kind of see the whole issue being kind of short term. I think in the next couple hundred years it won't really even be a political issue, because at some point we're going to gain the ability to have artificial wombs, which means that literally there's no need for abortions, other than, of course, the special circumstances, let's just say.
Yeah, a lot of science fiction kind of revolves around what could happen, genetic manipulation, genetic engineering, and
That's
unfortunately,
scary too.
it is a very scary prospect. Anybody who is like trying to push for that, I am very cautious of, because like, you think, like, anybody who looks at that situation is just like, yeah, that could be the betterment of mankind. Like, if we could genetically restrict, like, what diseases are shown in the genes and stuff like that, I just look at that and go, well, that while that is true, that's not the only use for genetic manipulation. And you can be guaranteed that somebody's going to use it for nefarious reasons. Like, you just know that the genie needs to be kept in the bottle. Pandora, there's a reason that the Pandora's box story is so apt, right? Because, yeah, once you open that functionality, there's no putting it back. It's like the atom bomb. Like, once that genie was out of the bottle, there's no putting it back. The knowledge is out there. And human beings, once we know something is possible, we'll figure out a way to do it. And yeah, it is a really, really slippery slope. And I'm all for, like, scientific advancement and discovery.
Yeah.
But
I wasn't even delving into that. But
there are certain things that are just like, I mean, it's inevitable that we're going to figure that out. But even if you take some of the statements of, like, some of the things they're finding about aging and stuff, that people are going to be starting to live a lot longer. Like the generation that is born today might be the longest lived in human history, 120, 130 years old. And then it'll only get longer from there, as we figure out how to refresh and revitalize DNA and how to reverse aging. Well, if you want an example of how that can go bad, there are plenty of science fiction stories out there about how a society that has solved aging. There's a movie called In Time that is, I think, one of the greatest examples. It's not a very well-known movie. It stars Justin Timberlake, and it's like, how serious can you make this movie? But it is phenomenal at outlining what happens in a society where aging isn't a thing. Because what becomes the currency, right? What separates the rich from the poor at that point, when nobody ages past, let's say, 25, like in the movie? Nobody ages past 25. So if nobody ages past 25, how do you separate them? Well, you separate them by time. And that's why the movie is called In Time, because time becomes the currency. Right? The more time you have, the better. And yeah, it's a brilliant movie. It's brilliant. I would highly recommend the movie. And Justin Timberlake does a great job. I forget who his female co-star is. God, it's an actress that. It's brilliant. It's a brilliant portrayal.
2011. Yep, that must be
In Time. Yeah.
Yep.
Brilliant. It's when you watch it, if you really look at it and you look at human behavior, if you really understand human behavior, you can see how accurate, how spot on they are about predicting what would happen. Now, how close are we to that? I don't know. But it's fascinating to think in terms of what would happen and how accurate it is.
An interesting thought experiment. That's what
It's
I call
great.
those kind of things.
And I don't know if it's based on a book. Like I've never pursued it because I like the movie, and the movie like does a great job of portraying its idea. And I don't know how much better. I mean, obviously the movie could probably be better. Oh, W.
I'll have to check that one out if I get a chance.
Yeah, if you
Sounds
haven't
cool.
seen it, it is great. It is so good. I think Working With 20.
Another one in regards to genetic selection would be Gattaca.
Yeah, that one I remember that one. Oh, this is the wrong damn. Okay, this is the wrong way. There is no grass on that field, so let's take this wagon and grab this one. Yeah, Gattaca, I just couldn't. I've seen it once, and oh man, I couldn't really get into it. It was just a little too crazy. I don't know if it was the actors involved or what, but I just couldn't get into that movie.
Very slow paced.
Yeah, it was brutal. But yeah, In Time, fantastic movie. Another one I would suggest, if you don't like reading, if the two books that I mentioned, if you don't like reading, then there's one movie that you should watch, and that is the most brilliant, almost prophetic. It's almost prophetic, not pathetic, like prophecy, prophetic. And that's V for Vendetta.
Oh yeah.
V for Vendetta was a movie made by the same guys who made The Matrix. Remember, The Matrix is made by the Wachowski brothers, who, by the way, are now the Wachowski sisters because they transitioned. I won't even get into that, the insanity of that. But it was a brilliant example of a totalitarian takeover of a government. Not only that, but the way that they did it. They introduced a disease, a sickness, and they introduced a cure, et cetera, et cetera. It was amazing. The movie is amazing at really outlining the worst case scenario of what's going on right now. So yeah, if you don't like reading, then V for Vendetta really sums up, because it has elements. It has elements of 1984 in it. It has definitely elements of Animal Farm in it. Now it's not obviously going to be pigs and horses and chickens, but it's going to be the totalitarian, like the government that takes over, and how many freedoms that you lose, and the control of media and the control of speech and all of that kind of stuff is part of it. And it's a brilliant example of what happens. And it was done. I don't even know what year that it was done, but it was amazing. It's an amazing movie about modern times.
I'm gonna guess 97 or 98. Or wait.
No, not that long ago.
Oh, 2000. Sorry. I was 10 years.
2000, really?
Thinking 10 years. I'm guessing.
No.
Throwing it out there before I actually look, because 2008. I mean.
2008? That would be. I would think it would be more.
No, that would be way too late. Yeah.
Well, no, it was made after The Matrix, because the guy, the Agent Smith from The Matrix, he plays V. And so it was after The Matrix. And I think The Matrix was like 2001 or 2000, something like that. So
2005.
I was just going to say 2003. But yeah, okay, 2005.
No, if I remember correctly, isn't The world of V for Vendetta, isn't that more of it's a tyrannical government, but it's more right-leaning as opposed to what we're seeing now, which is a left-leaning tyranny.
It depends on what you mean by left and right. Um,
Right.
Tyrannical
Um,
government is a tyrannical government regardless of what way it leans. Now,
yeah.
whether or not you use an excuse of religion or use whatever excuse you may use, in my eyes, it doesn't really matter, which is why I don't really consider myself left or right. I'm more of a realist, and I'm more of like I look at human behavior. I look at what I know about human psychology, how susceptible we are, and all of this kind of stuff. I kind of wrap all of that up, and I look at the world through that, and I'm like, okay, well, in this situation, what would a person react? How would they think? And a lot of times, when you look at it that way, um, you understand where people are coming from. One of the things, was it last week? Or week might have been a week before last. I got my third visit since moving to this place. Got my third visit from Mormon missionaries, and these guys are always fun when they knock on your door. Because I had a friend in high school, who was a year ahead of me, but he was Mormon, and in my junior year, his senior year of high school, we talked a whole lot about what we were going to do and all the plans and stuff. And so he had these big, he wanted to get into computer science and programming and games, like gaming and game programming. He had all these aspirations. He knew the company he wanted to work for, like projects he wanted to work on. He had a lot of ambition and the intelligence and all that stuff to back it up. And but he always prefaced it with, "When I get back from my mission." Right. So the way that specific institution works is boys go on their missions at a younger age than girls do. So they don't pair them together, right? So the girls are always older and a little bit more mature, for obvious reasons. Anybody who's alive knows why. But so they pair the boys up, and immediately out of high school, they go down to Salt Lake City, Brigham Young, and they put him through a 3-month course. Basically, it's a crash course in missions and whatever you do, and also at the time, wherever you're going to be stationed, right? Call it a deployment, like a military thing. Wherever they're going to be stationed, if it's a foreign country, they get immersed in the language. And so he was getting sent to Italy. And so for 3 months, he was given a crash course in Italian, and in that amount of time, learned it quite fluently. It's a pretty amazing program to teach foreign languages. But, he went through all of this, and the whole time, we were writing letters to one another. This is a little bit before email really took off.
Yeah.
And
We're old.
Well, yeah, we're old. And so he was going through all of that, and while he was on his 2-year thing, we were talking, because at the time, I had graduated high school and I had started going to college for computer science and all this, and so our correspondence sort of fell by the wayside towards the end of his deployment, because it's a 2-year-long mission, right? But I knew exactly when he was going to get back, and so we planned this whole thing, and I went over to, the day after he gets back, I go over to his house, and he is quite distant. He is very, nonchalant about talking to me, very, very sort of, like I'm below him, sort of mentality. And I just got the distinct impression that he had changed. And sure enough, within a month of being back, he had proposed to a girl that I knew from high school that he had never once shown any interest in. They never dated, and yet he proposed to this girl. Within a month, he was married. Within a month of that, she was pregnant, and he was working full-time at Walmart. All of the ambitions, all of the desires, all of that gone. So the ambition of going to college, the ambition of getting a good job in an industry that he loved, all of that was gone. He got married, and they were pregnant within 2 months of him getting back, because that is what they preach. And that was more important to him than any independent ambition that he would have had. It was just unfortunate, and then I was just removed from existence at that point. He had no time for me, which is unfortunate. But yeah, the Mormon missionaries came by, and it was really fun because, knowing what I know about human psychology, these guys were so brainwashed. These guys were so deep in that culture, in that mentality, that they did not know how to really talk to somebody like me, who was not having any of their BS. I was not having any of it. But it was amusing. So one of the things I told them, because I was talking to them about my beliefs about human development, behavior, and it was funny because I was like, towards the end there, I was like, see, you guys, I know just on the looks of your faces that you're not absorbing anything that I'm saying. You're not actually thinking about the things that I'm saying. I said, here's the conundrum that I have with this is you come over to people's houses, you go door to door with the expectation that they're going to listen to you. Whatever you're preaching, you're going there and you want them to be open enough for your message to seep into them and to affect them. I said, but the opposite of that isn't true. You're not listening to me, and you're not allowing what I'm saying to sink into your mind. I said that is a one-way communication system that just doesn't work. Because if you're unwilling to hear what I'm saying, I'm picking up on that, and I know that I'm not going to be willing to hear what you're saying. It's kind of basic communication. But yeah.
Huh? What were you saying? Sorry,
Yeah.
I wasn't listening.
Yeah. I just assume that nobody gives a flying F what I say. Because who would, right? Everybody's got their own personal shit going on in their life. Why care about what some random person is saying? And I understand that mentality. But for me, it's just like, anyway. One of the guys was from California, so one of the missionaries was from California, and I looked at him and I said, "Who did you piss off that you got assigned to this state from California?" Because I said that is a punishment. I said my buddy in high school was given a post in Italy. For God's sakes, there are better posts in this area around here. There's a ton of collectibles up here. So there was one collectible in this plot of land, but there's about 50 in this plot of land up here.
Yeah.
There is so many up here. I thought for sure that I spread them out further, but it looks like I clustered them in one. Because once you move one, you can't see them in the editor once you move it because it's in the grass and you're not going to see it. So,
Should I collect some of the other ones?
yeah, out in the fields, we want to get all the ones like out in the fields. That way we don't hit them.
I guess this one. There he is.
When we inevitably come through with a plow, we're not going to get blasted by these things because they are. Yeah, one of the guys was like, because I was asking him, like, why are you dedicating 2 years of your young lives for this? I mean, they put their lives on pause for 2 years, you know, and I'm like, why would you do that? And he's like, well, you know, he's like, I have felt the Holy Spirit. I have felt God's presence, et cetera, et cetera. And I said, well, of course you have. And I said, I'm assuming you were raised in the church. I'm assuming you were raised going to church and all of that. And he's like, oh yeah. And I said, well, imagine you're 5 years old and you go to a church and everybody is feeling the Lord's presence. And as a child, you're raised in that environment. You don't think you're susceptible to manipulation? The human mind is capable of some pretty amazing things, and one of those is to be susceptible in a group environment to sort of emotional manipulation. It's how
Groupthink kind of thing.
it's like it's mob mentality. It's groupthink. It is when you are in a mob, when you are in a large group of people, the pressure to conform to the crowd is so overwhelming. It's so overwhelming. Anybody, I don't care how independent you are, anybody can be susceptible to it. It is a quite amazing phenomenon. And as a child, you are 1,000 times more likely to fall into that than an adult who is skeptical, right? Because just the structure of the brain, the way that the brain is developed, you know, a child who's 10 is not capable of rational, like, let's look at this rationally. And so you're susceptible to that. And you believe in it so much that, of course, you're going to feel the presence. You're going to look at whatever signs are out there and you're going to see it. But, you know, looking at the world as a whole, it's obvious that it's utter BS. It's so much BS. For some reason, humans have an innate desire or a need to believe in something bigger than ourselves. We've been doing it for 100,000 years. We just have this need. It's like, you know, it started out as lightning gods. It started out as thunder and rain and all the natural forces, and it's slowly evolved. Once we stopped being afraid of the rain, we started understanding the world has weather cycles and seasons, and it became stars and, you know, constellations, and, you know, it's just evolved over the last 100,000 years. Our belief system has evolved, and then you get to a point where you know, people are so poor and they need such an outlet that here comes another religion and it's offering you, you know, eternity in paradise. Who wouldn't want that shit? Like, who would turn down eternity in paradise and the incentive that implies. Yeah, for me, it's total BS, and and I understand people have their belief system. As long as you don't try to hang or demonize or vilify or downtrodden somebody who doesn't believe in what you believe, I'm okay with it. You can believe whatever you want, whatever gives you comfort. I have a problem with the people who firebomb abortion clinics and, basically demonize the gays or whatever. I mean, back in the day, people were pretty vicious to the gay community. And believe it or not, gay people have been around forever. It's not a new phenomenon. It's not a new thing that's just like, ooh, this is a new problem. It's like, no, this group of people have been around for a very, very long time. And they're largely the more creative, the more artistic, and the kinder of the people. And there have been some evolutionary biologists that have talked about some of the evolutionary advantages of small tribes. As they grow, small tribes benefit from, if a tribe gets big, let's say, let's think of 70,000 years ago, before the advent of agriculture. A tribe is growing, right? A tribe is growing. Now, the more boys a woman has, children, the more likely the next one will be gay. Okay? So, just understand that as self-contained, right? The more boys a woman has, doesn't guarantee it. But the more boys they have, the more likely the next one will be gay. That's a biological statistic. It's not something that I made up. Now, if you look at a tribe, you look at a small group of people surviving in a tribe, and you look at that statistic, well, also the behavior, the softness, the general mentality of somebody with that particular outcome. If you look at it in terms of tribal survival, if you have a tribe that is growing too fast, if you've got too many males, right? Now you've got a problem, because now you've got a lot of cooks in the kitchen, and you've got potential conflict. That's a problem. So the next one, or the next batch, or whatever, if they're gay, now you're going to be limiting the pair bonds. You're going to be limiting another generation you're going to lower the birth rate a little bit, because obviously they're not going to be able to procreate. And also you increase the sort of nurturing aspect of it. And so there are benefits to it over eons and spans of time. There are benefits, and so yeah, I just don't see discrimination as healthy at all, no matter who you're discriminating. But especially if you're using religion as the excuse, I think it is abhorrent.
If I can deviate for a sec, is there
Sure.
a way to increase your jump height?
Yes.
Okay.
F12?
Found it. F12?
And then the second icon down is a little person icon,
Oh, okay.
and then the jump height multiplier.
There we go.
Yeah, I think 6x will get you on top of that sign.
I'm trying to collect a collectible.
Yeah. On top of the
It's
sign?
I don't see a sign.
Oh, it's by the animal farm or by the animal pen thing.
Ah, no, I'm way out to the east on the road. It's just floating in
Oh,
midair
I
for no
missed
reason.
one?
Yep.
Oh.
Do you want to make a note of it?
Mm. It's by the road? I thought I got
Yep.
all those. Weird. I can't update it now because that would. I mean, I
Well,
could
yeah, we
update
can't
it, but I
change this
couldn't.
map.
Yeah, I couldn't change the map because that would be kind of a disaster. Oh, I didn't hit
Come on.
Q. Jesus.
Huh.
Yeah, I mean, one of the messages I gave the Mormon guys was I think it's possible to be a good person, to be a happy, productive, good person in society, and not have to use religion in order to be such. Um, I think I talked about that last Saturday, too. Like, you can be a good
I think
person.
so.
You can be a good person and not harm anybody, not victimize anybody, not rob anybody, shoot anybody. You can do that and not have to rely on religion to teach you.
There we go. I had to get 7x multiplier and jump literally on top of it to be able to collect.
Wow.
Because I couldn't collect it while being next to it. I had to be on top of it. Maybe that was just a. Maybe if I was a little bit higher, maybe I could have gotten away with the 6x and jumped up next to it.
I need to go to the
Now I
bathroom
got
really
some.
quick. I'll be right back.
Alrighty. What's up?
Cat peed on the floor.
Oh,
Don't understand.
is it just
I,
on the
I
other
wish
side of the-
animals were just like 5% smarter. Just like 5%.
Yeah.
Like you have a cat litter box that you've been going into the bathroom with for literally your whole life, and you still find ways of messing that up. Like I don't, just a little bit more smart. Just a little bit. That's gonna be a mess to clean up. Man,
Oof.
I can always tell because you know the little pieces of litter because I use a 100% clay natural litter. Well, they she always kicks some out of the, they get stuck on her paws, and so there's always a little bit around the thing that I have to sweep up periodically. Well,
Oh
I
yeah.
can always tell when she misses the litter box because they change color. They try to absorb, so they turn like a really dark, like brown or black when they're wet. And so I just looked down there and I was like, oh my god, I cannot believe she did that.
Yeesh. And it's funny how intelligent they actually can be, also, and they need to just be a little bit smarter.
It's. I mean, there's certain elements of dogs that are definitely smarter than cats because dogs Dogs, you can teach more words. You can teach behaviors. Cats, you really can't. Cats are, maybe there are certain breeds out there that are better, but cats just do not give a fuck. Like, they just, Maya can play fetch with a very specific toy. She doesn't play with everything. That damn mousy that I have not found. Again, I have no idea where that thing went.
Oh,
so, like,
and it's her favorite.
It's her favorite toy, and it just disappears. It's like, where does that thing go? I have no idea. But yeah, it's just like she has very specific toys that she likes to play with, and I can't get her interested in anything else. And then this kind of behavior just drives me insane. Oh my God, Cat, how do you not know how to do this yet? How do you not do this consistently? It's just super frustrating.
All right, that looks like all the collectibles outside of the town.
Alrighty, goody. Yeah, we don't need to collect them all.
Yeah. Just nice to get the other ones gone.
Yeah, I just don't want to run into them.
Yeah.
That's always a blast when you just get roasted by those things.
Always fun in physics games.
All right. So next month, will be harvesting.
For a split second, I was thinking you were talking the channel.
Yeah.
I was like, boy, it's not that late in the stream that he'd be talking about that. And I'm like, oh yeah, we're playing a farming game where months are important.
Indeed. So this is oats. Unfortunately, the actual building that we can use oats is too expensive. We can't actually afford it right now. So either we sell like the planks or the boards that we have in the sawmill for a little extra cash. Because it's not only now the cost of the building that's a factor, it's the cost of production. So if we take the oats and we want to turn it into, say, flour, well, that production in the grain mill is exponentially more expensive than it was. I went in and made all of the productions exceptionally more expensive. Very, very, very much more expensive. So we have to be careful. We have to be careful with what productions we have going. Like I didn't dump the little rock that's in here into the thing because that production, the lime, is $34,000 a month. Right? That is a massive chunk out of our monies if we had that thing going. Now, it wouldn't take an entire month to process what is in there. 36,000 stone. I mean, this thing can process a pretty healthy amount. That number seems wrong. 57,600 cycles a month? That does not seem right. Anyway, I don't know what the hard difficulty level does to these multipliers. Huh. But anyway, yeah, it's super expensive. And I'm trying to balance. I tried to balance and make it actually more expensive to operate them. But if we wanted to grab... Yeah, why don't you take a truck and hook up to this trailer. I have a logistics trailer here. I will set... let's look at prices. I don't have Yeah, we don't have furniture. We don't have the master carpenter. Again, those would be expensive to run. So planks 983, longboards. So longboards give us the more money. Beams give us the most, but they are the most expensive to make because I tried to balance it. So if I do longboards and I start spawning those, he can drive up and grab the amount of boards that we have. I got to keep an eye on this planter here. Not sure if we want a smaller planter for the... I would have to lease it if I got it because we don't have very much money. That's one way to do it. I mean...
Yep. Whoa, oh, that was a lag spike. That's why it wasn't moving. Weird. Oh.
Oh, you're too deep. You gotta... The pivot point on that is closer to the edge, not so deep into the thing.
Okay.
So
I thought there was a much larger tolerance for...
no, it is a tiny little square that you have to line up. There's an autosave. That should help you. Should help you. Yeah, the wood is sort of the last resort, desperation money move that we have here.
The hell?
Oh, the snowman made it. How about that? That didn't exist last time. I thought multiplayer wasn't going to show up. All right.
Yeah, you go ahead. Either I'm just not awake enough, or...
There you go. Yeah, the snowman here. There's three of them. This one showed up. Is the other one? There's the other one there. And there's one more. Right there.
No, I'm
Yes.
aligning this by the facility just on the other side of the farm factory here.
Well, you'll see the crates on the
Oh, there
ground.
they are.
Make sure to open the back.
Yeah, may as well do that right away. Make sure it's done. Then just thread the needle.
So what are we gonna do with the oats? I doubt. Well, let's see. I really don't want to. Yeah, they would be worth quite a bit, but they'd be worth more if we turn them into flour and then bread. Bread would be, like I said before, and I think last Saturday, I went through and I drastically lowered the cost or lowered the price you get from even the end. So it was just way too high. It was just way too high. the cake, the clothes, and the cereal were just insanely high. And so I have gone through and I've radically changed that.
But that was good to have at that first run. You didn't want to be at the end and be like, okay, now I need 800 million to reach that end, and we have the whole map.
Yeah, I think that I wanted to have a big farm. I wanted to have a big farm, but the trees, it was just overwhelming how many trees are on there. I massively underestimated that. And how much money we got from furniture, like walls and stuff. We got way too much money for furniture when we were able to make it so fast. And we weren't actually spending money. So if I build a master carpenter right now, and you look at how much it costs to have furniture running, yeah, I went through and rebalanced that, so it costs quite a lot. Quite a lot. There we go. We have a field. It's funny, we did all that work, and I literally just planted grass. Replanted grass in that field, but it is fully fertilized. We already have an Uber bee set up there. We should be good to go.
And it's easier to grab from these plots.
Yeah, when you have it farmed, you can more easily hire a worker to mow it, and it's more easy to generate a course with the field plowed like that. Because the field has limits, and you don't have to draw. I don't even know how to do that with courseplay. I know there's about 1,000 more like things that you can do with courseplay that we haven't even come close to yet. There's so many features of that, but
it's just so complicated.
well, there's a number of hotkeys, and you can draw a course on the map, and it will use that course, so you can do a bunch of stuff. And then there's some weird stuff that it does, but there are like automatic bale pickup things, and it's an extensive mod. I just don't know how to use any of those features, so I haven't done it, because in my opinion, when you're playing a multiplayer version of this game, if you just script everything out, there's nothing left to do, right? If we're just basically running scripts and hiring workers, we're just going to be standing around twiddling our thumbs while all the work gets done. It's like, it's a problem. All right, this is just about full. We're set. About summon. Let's go. And there it is. Okay. Let's turn the spawning off. Longboards. Story.
I'm gonna take a potty break.
And the fact that we can sell so much in one shot, right? If you were just selling like 20 pallets of something, it would be much less lucrative than selling 1,000 pallets at once. There we go. Now he's on a potty break, so we can't really do anything there. I would like to start prepping this, because next month this will be harvested. But I'm thinking of like waiting to do the expansion of the field until we have to lime this field again. And then when you have to lime it again, then you can expand it and lime the whole thing. That's why it's all is in sync. How much time do we have? I mean, this one is going to be ready next month, obviously. When is this one? Probably. Let's see. January, February, April. This will be ready April. This will be ready next month. Now there could be snow. Oh no, I turned snow off on this one. I just didn't mess with it. Because I just want to farm. I don't want to plow snow. Let the crop get all withered and stuff. So, if we fast forward time now, what does that do? Went a little overboard on this road. This farm massively overcomes this. So this here is overlapping this field by quite a bit, I might add. So buying this plot of land would help, but I'm hoping that I can harvest this, because the machine will be like here, which is on our plot, and then it'll be overhung here. So it depends on how the harvesting goes for that. And that reminds me, we're going to need to purchase corn header. (18-meter corn header). Need to do that because I don't want to run out of money. And then we're going to be hit with like, oh, we have no money and we need to harvest the corn. That would be bad. So get that bought now. There will we have it. Yeah. I'm hoping we can. One of the things I want to buy is that really awesome silo. A lot of this land back in here, right? So this, when we buy this square here, right, we will have all of this land up here. And rather than mess about with this road and this being a farm, I'm just going to use this land for a lot of our factory. So this area above the hill, we weren't really able to use. Oh, look at that. A spot I missed. Let's fix that right quick. And no matter how many, I literally went over this map like 3 times with like the leveling tool to level everything at the same level, and I still miss places. It's amazing how easy it is to miss places. But leveling or softening doesn't eliminate rock. It's the raise, lowering, or leveling. So softening is still pretty. Yeah, in the other map, this was all sorts of hilly and just impossible to build on. So now that it's flat, it'll be much easier. This maple tree's got to go. Oh, that was actually quite a bit of wood. 6,000 liters for that maple tree? It's pretty amazing. Okay. So if I want to stretch the row down, obviously it's going to be straight across there, and that's going to be kind of the busiest part because that'll be all like factories and such. But we've got to get rid of all of these trees in order to stretch this one out. But again, I don't know whether we should focus on syncing up lime, because if we don't, if we go ahead and plow this under or even expand it even more, so we go all the way down south and just do this whole huge thing, then this square will be out of sync. But I'm thinking we don't care about that because we can just ignore this little corner. If we have this whole thing plowed all the way to the edge, all the way back up here, that'll be one giant field. And this little square, it won't make that big of a difference, I don't think. But one thing we want to do is go down here to the tree line. Now, since we have that field planted with grass, I'm not going to worry about mowing everything else. Now that we have a field that's dedicated to grass, we're going to be able to just mow that every 2 to 3 months. Not worried about running out of grass. All right. So here's the tree line that I've generated to sort of mark the edge of the world. Purchase, construction, animals, bees, uber bees.
Not the Uber bees.
The uber bees.
Ah.
We're going to do an uber bee right on the edge here. So you can see the range, 2,500 meters. Is a lot big. So that's why I made it 2.5 times more expensive. What am I doing? Just do this space. All right. Os is back. So what I think I'm going to do is we want to build the... Let's build the construction, the silo. That's 50 million liters. No, where's the other one? There it is. 500 million liter silo. Shop area is restricted. there are definitely some people out there that are better at making it look lived in and used. But anyway, so like the oat harvest, I'd like not to just sell the oats straight up. I'd like to actually use them for something. But we cannot really buy that right now. So what I'm going to do, let's. What should we do? Should we plow that ready, getting ready, or should we just work on the trees? How about this? How about we sleep through the day, get to January. Oz can start working on the trees because we have a trailer out here ready. I've already got a trailer for the trees. Because we can fill the sawmill up, we can fill the trailer up. We don't have to sell everything, so we can just fill all that stuff up just fine. I will harvest and then start to plow the bigger picture. So what I'm going to do, well, can we even afford these plots of land? So these 300, 600, 900,000. 56 and 57, that's another 800,000. That's going to be 1.7 million of things. That's going to be a lot of money. Yeah, the land itself is going to be a big expense.
Didn't realize the back was closed on the.
Well, the back doesn't need to be open for the
Doesn't.
logs. No, not for this. I didn't know. I mean, I looked. I don't know how that is a requirement. I found nothing in the code that made that a requirement.
Either way, I can't seem to get it to engage into collect mode.
It's always in collect mode. It's just shit that's on the top of it doesn't. The trigger is not on the top of the.
Yeah, it's on the side.
Thing.
Okay.
It's on the sides and the back.
I thought it was angled enough that it would have worked.
No.
Well, I guess I should have checked a little more.
Okay. So, the thing we want to do is build. Let's see. So, the snowmen are a special collectible.
We were a collector.
And come on, grab it. Now, let's see. That's our first That's going to be our first enormous field. Helping with the trees, maybe? It'd be easier to cut them so they fall to the east. And then just
Yeah, I
sort
was
of...
hoping they'd just fall right in.
Oh yeah. These babies are worth quite a bit. I mean, you could always just fall them in the forest, pile them up, line them all up, and then just drive the thing
Yeah.
over to them. Um, these, oh, yeah. There's something weird when you are a part of the world. There's something weird with the lumberjack mod and voiding trees. I don't have the issue when like Wildman is on. I don't know. Maybe it can't be internet based or like connection based.
Maybe it's number of players, because I remember one time you mentioned that it wasn't working until I logged off.
Yeah, now it seems to be working. So I guess it isn't you. It's not you. It's me.
Yeah, it's so weird how bugs can come up when it comes to programming. Yeah, I think you were talking about something um, along the lines of for programming, about getting stuff to work and whatnot. There's a comic I've seen a couple of times where it shows, scientists, and it shows a guy with a beaker. Oh, we figure, it works. Now let's spend the time and figure out on how it happened, and so we can know how to duplicate it. And then it shows below that programmers. We finally got it to work. Good. Now don't touch anything
Yeah.
because it might break.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, so true.
Yeah. Usually when you add a feature, you introduce bugs, and then you gotta. Sometimes
Yeah.
fixing bugs causes other bugs, and it's just like.
The worst is when you're dealing with, I don't know if you've dealt with this specifically in a job in the past or anything, but when you're dealing with people who don't know as much about computers, and throughout the development process, you'll ask them, you know, are we going to need such and such? Is this within the scope of it? And they say just straight up, no, we will not be doing that. And then you get further in development, and they say the exact opposite. Okay, we need that feature now. And it's like, I coded around not using it. I went with the second path. There was no, middle ground on it. And now you're doing this to me.
Yeah, when
Uh,
big companies. What's interesting, back in the day, my professional career, I actually worked on a few projects for Microsoft. So I was consulting and programming. And Microsoft, what's interesting about their process is they basically like require you to outline the entire program, the whole thing, before you even start a line of code. So they have design
yeah,
documents that you have to produce, and the design document lists all of the features, all of like the functionality, everything, and then that is submitted to the owners inside the company, and then they sign off on that, and that is the product that you make. Because at that point, they can't come later and say, "Oh, I want this feature or that feature," because by then it's too late. You've already signed off on the work. You've already signed off on the product. And yeah, it's just one of those like it's one of those things that's you got to kind of it's a CYA, it's the CYA documentation. Cover your ass.
yeah.
Because nobody can come in after that and say, well, you promised this feature. It's like, no, you literally signed off on all of the features. Like,
Yeah, I never worked for a programming firm. I was the programmer for a company.
Yeah, you were the guy. Yeah.
And I know you knew that, but for the audience. Both of them. Now I'm hoping more people will see this after the fact, but fortunately, yeah, not real high numbers at the moment.
Whatever.
Yep,
Stuff.
you're having fun. That's the important thing.
Is this what you call
Well, I hope on some level, it's like, what the hell am I doing here?
I did look at like Desynced. I did take another look at that. I did add it to my wish list, so if it ever gets on sale or if there's ever like something out there, I mean, it looks interesting enough.
We should be having a fall sale in not too long. Because I think
Yeah.
the summer sale was a little earlier this year.
And some,
Usually the summer
companies
sales are
can
in
opt
August.
out of sales. Factorio never has a sale. So,
Yep. Yeah, it's odd. I'm a big fan of sales, but at the same time, I highly respect Factorio for never having sales. Because then you don't have the, oh, well, I'm going to just wait for it to go on sale
when you also
mentality.
when you also learn like how much of the sale price Valve actually gets. 30% of the sale goes to Valve, and it's like all they do is supply the servers and the platform to sell it, and they're getting a third of a game. Like they're getting a third. They do literally none of the work of the game, and they're getting a third of the sale price.
Yeah, they're not even providing an engine.
Yeah, it's just like insane to me that that they're getting so much. So even Factorio selling for $30, $10 is going to Valve on every sale. So the company is only getting $20 out of every sale. That is insane to me that they're able to charge that much just to host the game. I mean, they're literally just like, I don't even know. They must use like something like AWS or something. They must use some service like that because, I mean, everybody who has to host is doing it. Except Rumble. Rumble is building their own platform.
Pretty much gotta.
Yeah, they have to. But yeah, I really wish Steam would cater more towards like better support of companies rather than greed, because there's literally no incentive for Valve to ever make another game.
Yeah.
It's just like we are making more money off of doing nothing than we ever made making games. Like there's no reason for them to actually like make games anymore. And yeah, I know they made the Half-Life games that were pretty popular.
They were a nice difference, I felt. I think a lot of people, I felt some people rated it a little too highly, but it was good. I think they went a little overboard on the sequels, though, but...
There's only one, right?
No, I think Half-Life 2 was split into at least 2 different parts. And there was also the original game, the events that occurred in there. There was another survivor, I think, that came out of there. The main character was Gordon Freeman in Half-Life, but then there was a release where they had a security guard or something like that, if I remember correctly. I'll actually look it up because you got me curious. Wikipedia would probably be the place to go for that. Oddly enough, not to Steam because Steam will just have 7 million hits for Half-Life.
Come on. Get uneffing real. Get. Boy, that tree is so heavy.
But yeah, they definitely need a new player for content distribution. I dislike that Steam is the go-to. Pretty much
Well, I
the
mean,
only
yeah,
one.
there are companies, a lot of companies have tried, Epic and Ubisoft, but they always add their own BS into it. Like, they always add their own, like, way of,
Gouging.
yeah, there's, like, Epic is a good deal. It's like 10%, right? But they didn't make, when they released it, their standard wasn't the Steam app. It was their own flavor, and so it did things very, very different from the way Steam did things. And if you're going to compete with something, you want to get, you want to innovate, but you want to get as close to comfort as you can with the product. You want people to use it, and they're like, oh, this feels familiar, this feels comfortable. I'm already used to how Steam works. This is literally just an iterated version of Steam, and there are ways to do it that work, that don't work.
I wish Itch was more popular, or whatever's holding them back. And obviously their website, they're not an actual interface like Steam is, but I mean, basically all you need to do to change that is just create an exe that opens a web page. Because that's what Steam is. All the content you see on there, except like the library and stuff like that, any page content, all of it's just HTML.
Well, yeah, even the library. I mean, those views,
Yeah.
those lists and stuff. That's all just HTML driven. I mean, apps
Yep.
today are. There's, my brother's working on a project now that the same project, the same code can compile into an app, into a web page, into a mobile. Like, you can, the same code, you can just deploy it onto all the different systems, and it works.
Yep. Oh, so I was looking up Half-Life. I'm actually going to look in Steam too to kind of verify, because I'm not seeing that other game that I mentioned, where you're a security guard. But yeah, so you had Half-Life, then you had Half-Life 2, then you have Half-Life 2 Episode 1 and Episode 2. And then there's a note in here: after canceling several other Half-Life projects, Valve released Half-Life Alyx in 2020. So right there, it's 4 sequels. Not to mention the ones that they canceled.
Half-Life Alyx
Yep, ALYX.
in 2020. Is that what
Yep.
you said?
Yeah, 2020.
I don't remember ever hearing about that.
I saw it on Steam a couple times, but I never really looked into it.
So do you think when they release a game on Steam that they pay themselves the 30%? You think there's a...
Of course. Ah, it's a VR game.
Oh, that's why I didn't really hear about it. It's a pretty niche audience at this point.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm a fan of the concept, but there's actual health risks to using VR gear. Beyond just sedentary lifestyle, and especially for young people.
Yeah, I think I would
That's
just end up throwing up if I tried to do a VR at this point. Like when I was young, like I could ride, fairground, like fair rides and You know, when I was young, nothing. I didn't get motion sick at all. But the older I get, the more susceptible I am to it. And I remember years ago, man, many years ago, 15 years maybe, like many years ago, went to the fair with my family, and my sister was young enough, and so we go on a ride. We went on a ride, and I remember very distinctly getting off the ride and thinking that was the last time I ride a fair ride. That was my last ride because I was so sick. I felt so sick coming off that ride. I was like, and I was in like my late 20s, early 30s, and I came off that ride just, you know, I had to take a breather. I had to sit down and like close my eyes and like count to 50 in order to prevent myself from throwing up because it was bad. And I had never in my life felt motion sick like that. Never. And suddenly, you know, I went years without riding a ride, but all of a sudden, you know, here we are at the fair, and my sister's like, let's go on this ride. And I was like, all right, you know, having not been on a ride for 10 years, go on that ride, and I'm like, oh no, this is bad. Like, this is a new sensation. And I knew that was the last ride I ever rode. Because everything spins, right? If you ever go to the fair, if there's a fair in your area, and you got all the fair rides, every ride is just spins, and they're different. It just depends on how many axes that spin, right? It's just some are like the teacup, right? The teacup is usually 2 spins. Usually the whole thing spins and each teacup spins. So that's 2 rotations. And then you've got like the classic, like the zipper. There's 3 spinnies on that, right? And now they've got them where there's like 4. There's 4 different axes that they spin. It's just insane. So as you add more and more spinnies, you just make it even worse. You just. And why did you stop cutting wood? Damn it! Are you on break?
No, I was looking up the Half-Life stuff.
Oh,
sorry. And I did find it, by the way. Blue Shift. That's the one where you play a security guard. And then there's another one, Opposing Force, which it looks like you're a military guy rather than scientist or security.
military.
And those look like they're DLCs rather than being actual sequels. So.
Yeah, the first-person shooter genre is not one that I've got a lot of experience in. I'm very, very selective of that genre. I mean, it has to be an exceptional game for me to spend money on. Or I just have to be desperate for some new, you know. Because I played, like, remember years ago, I thought, hey, maybe I should try to get an audience for a FPS game. And I tried Assassin's Creed Origins. And that was like $60 game, and nobody showed up to watch that. Like, I tried streaming that in a few different places. And then, so that was a bust. That was $60 down the drain that I never got back. Then a few years later, I tried Far Cry 5 because I really enjoyed Far Cry 3. And then 5 looked intriguing, so I got that. And that was a bust because even though I had like the flag, there was a setting in the settings that you could tick a box that said, you know, stream friendly music, right? So the music that was playing during like scenes or whatever would be able to be streamed. Well, for reasons that pass understanding, they didn't limit when you like cleared when you cleared an area, there would always be like a boombox that would be belting out music when you cleared a zone. And you walk around the base, there'd be music, like an 80s hit playing. And the checkbox of stream worthy stuff did not affect that. And so every one of those streams was hit with copyright. So every single one of them. So that made me not want to ever stream that game ever again. But yeah, the whole and some of the crazy stuff that happens in the YouTube streaming world. If a company doesn't like your stream, right? If you get a game and you're streaming it and you either give like a bad review or they just don't in general like your channel or what you say, they can literally like hit you with a strike at any time. There have been channels that have gotten strikes because they give a game an unfavorable review and the company doesn't like it, and so they hit them. And you need quite a lot of money to fight back against that. You need attorneys, and you need like the whole shebang. Very, very hard to fight. Very, very hard. Unfortunately. So
yeah, it's easy for them to initiate it. It's a nightmare for you to try and fight it.
Right, and because the worst part about the process, like, you get noticed. The thing that never has made sense to me. So some company out there hits you for whatever, right? They hit your content for whatever. And you think, no, this is fair use. This is obviously fair use. Or some other, like, this is obviously a review. Like, that kind of stuff is really obvious. If somebody's reviewing something, it's fair use. You can show footage. You can do whatever. If you fight, if they hit your channel, you can appeal. The appeal does not go to, let's say, a committee of lawyers, right? That would be the ideal thing. Inside YouTube, there's a committee of IP lawyers, and they know all the laws. It's just a committee, and if you appeal the thing, they look at that case specifically, and as a committee, they rule. No, that's not what happens. What happens is the appeal goes to the people who struck you in the first place. The holder of the copyright. That's who it goes to. And if all they need to do is check a box that say, no, we are upholding our request, or not our request, our strike, boom, your channel gets a strike. 3 of those and your channel's deleted. It does not take much. And it's like all of the power is placed in one spot, the owner of the copyright. Not an impartial third party who would rule on that. It is the owner, and it's the stupidest system imaginable. It's the most unfair, biased system I've ever seen, and that is how YouTube is running. It's ridiculous. And so the platform is eventually going to go away. I think Rumble. I think it's eventually going to take over. Because people trust in that more, in what they're doing, because they're not censoring people. Obviously, you can't commit crimes or post content that is like like threatening the life of somebody. Like that's a crime. You can't
Yeah.
do that. So you can't commit a crime on Rumble by posting a video of something, right? Because there are certain things you can't post because it is a crime. Those that doesn't fall under free speech. It's literally committing a crime. The problem is the laws restricting speech, making it a crime, like what Canada did to Peterson, like literally saying you committed a crime by misgendering somebody or something. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's not a crime. Like, toughen up, man. People just need to be, people need to be tougher. Like, I am so tired of, oh man, I was bullied mercilessly in school. Years and years and years of bullying. You know, and now I made it out the other side. I grew a thicker skin. I made it out the other side, and I started feeling pity for the bullies. Because you realize people bully because they have a really shitty home life, right? You know, people who really like kids who bully usually have an older brother or a father that is abusive. That's almost universal. It's not every time, of course there are exceptions, but it's damn near universal. And you start learning that, you know, when you start getting older, it's like these people have something wrong. They're struggling. So you just start taking pity on them. It's like, oh man, you know, you must have a horrible home life if you have to come to school and pick on people who are smaller than you or who wear glasses or whatever. It's bad. And what's interesting is the same is true for adults. The people who just cannot handle being criticized, right? They just break or misgendered or mispronounced or whatever. The people who just cannot handle that, there's something fundamentally wrong. If their entire identity hinges on the people around them, the strangers, the people who are perfect strangers, not seeing or just inherently knowing what their pronouns are. If I've seen people crying in their videos, like, somebody at Starbucks misgendered me. It's just like, you really expect your average stranger to know you? I don't understand that mentality. So, you know, I'm sorry, but you just got to grow a thicker skin. You got to be a little bit more resilient to the assholes of the world, because they're out there in large numbers, and they don't give a flying rat's patootie about you, and that's just how the world works. And,
yeah, it's something we all have to deal with.
right. All right, now let's actually take out all the stumps so we can drive. This will definitely fill this truck up, so I have to probably dump some of this and some.
There's one or two that stick out too far. I could probably push them in a little.
Oh, that's
That also.
that's got me full. Let me go offload and I'll come
Oh
back.
wow.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it does when it tries to round.
I'm guessing it probably just truncates.
Well, it should. I mean, I've looked at the code. I've looked at the code, and it should, when it detects how much volume there is, it compares it to how much space is available, and if it won't fit, it shouldn't actually run. But that might not be the case. So we run over Oz here.
Nope, sorry. It's closing down my research windows. Oh, the final verdict, by the way, there was a deathmatch Half-Life. I think it was called Half-Life Deathmatch Source or something like that. So I wouldn't consider that a sequel, but there was 10 results in Steam. So you subtract the deathmatch, that brings it down to 9, and then I think there was 2 versions for the original game, like an updated source code or something like that, or a re-release of it. So eight Half-Life games, it seems.
Well, they milked that for all they did without having to actually make a Half-Life 3. Just
Yeah.
milk and milk and milk and milk it. All right. Trees be gone. Trees are now good to go. Let's just make sure. Let's autosave. That's an important thing. Let's remove stumps.
Good call.
Remove stumps. 0 stumps. Remove logs. 1 log. Okay. And when I remove logs, I want to make obviously make sure all the logs themselves are off. But that log was actually just a little wedge. Right. When you cut the trees, sometimes it leaves a little wedge behind. Sometimes that's not a thing. So. All right, now
They gave us a wedgie.
What we want to do is sleep through the day, and then we're gonna tackle this enormous field. I don't know. You want to grab the wagon with the stone in it, and dump the stone in the lime, the lime maker, so we can grind that into lime. Because liming. When we plow this whole huge field here, which is all of this, when we plow that under, that's going to use a tremendous amount of lime. So we want to get as much free lime as we can. The lime is over there.
Oh, okay. I was thinking I needed to circle around to get to it.
Nope.
I can't remember. Do I arrange it so that the output is at the end of this?
Dad, do you see the icon?
Yeah.
You need the back end of the trailer to be sticking in that zone.
Okay. That's what I was trying to articulate. I'm just horrible at it. That's close enough. Yay.
It's not going to actually be that. It's going to be like 40,000, 50,000 lines. So it's not a lot. Grand scheme of things, but it's free, so might as well. The other thing we need to do, I remember now what the hell I was going to do. Purchase, construction, production. Oh, these are always in the randomest ass order. Fermenting side. That's the one I haven't built. Interesting. Not that. Yeah, sometimes they're in order, sometimes they're not, sometimes they're just bizarre. No, I want fuel refinery. Right? Nope, right there.
Let me know if you're trying to sleep through the day.
Yeah, I will in a couple minutes here, once I get this ready to go. Landscaping, painting. That tree needs to go. That tree needs to go. This one, void. So, yeah. This one, shop.
Is this a different billboard?
The billboard changes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll change. It actually, calls out. I think it calls out to the company.
Weird.
And it will cycle. Like if a new DLC comes out, the DLC it'll be like a advertisement for the DLC. But the billboards
Kind
and
of
all
neat, kind of creepy.
yeah, all the billboards and the maps kind of change depending on what's going on and stuff. So I mean, it's cool, but kind of like, well, what happens if you're not connected to the internet? Is that
Yeah.
a thing?
That's one thing I dislike is that everything is going to the point where you have to be connected at all times.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. And I saw that
Blizzard-
Unity is backstepped
Oh,
its latest disastrous thing. So they've backed away from that quite a bit.
hopefully good.
Um,
Because so many Unity games out there. It seemed to be a really good platform for a lot of like voxel games. It handled that pretty well, right? I've heard you mention that a few times. When
yeah,
compared
well,
to,
on
like, on
Unity, Unity you can get voxel games. Unreal Engine, I don't know of any actual Unreal Engine game that's a voxel based.
Astroneer.
Astroneer is Unity.
No, I'm pretty sure that one's Unreal.
Really? That
Yeah.
would surprise me.
We've had conversations on this in the past, but
When is it going to stop freaking snowing?
I must have uninstalled that, so I can't verify.
What the hell? Okay.
But yeah, overwhelmingly, there's not many, if any.
Is there no... There's not... I can't set weather. Apparently I can't do a set weather. Can I... Do you think I can harvest while it's snowing?
Boy. In real life, you should be able to. But whether you can in the game or not, I'm not sure. And obviously, in real life, it'd have to be a light snow.
Yeah. Harvesting while it rains reduces the yield. So... What the fuck? Where is... There it is. Yep, it's literally snowing all day. 1300, 1400, 1500, it's all snow. So, I'm going to take a chance and sleep through the night again. Hopefully, it doesn't wither the crop because we can't harvest it. It's going to be snowing all day. God damn it. Of all of the freaking... Oh, it's snowing again. You better stop snowing because that would really piss me off if we slept through the night and it was snowing. It's snowing still!
Shoot. Looks like it's going to be sunny later if I'm reading that right.
Yeah, 1400. Do you know how dark it's going to get by the time we get shit done?
Yeah.
So, I guess, like... Let's see, what can Can I sleep? How late? Oh, it's 9 o'clock is the latest I can sleep, so I just have to... I can't effing believe how much snow is falling. I literally have snow off, so snow doesn't actually fall on the ground. We'll just waste. I mean, we could... I guess we could do some plow. I don't want to plow until we can plow and expand the field.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Snow and snow and snow and snow and snow and snow. What do they expect you to do playing this game when the weather is like this? When it's just hour after hour after hour after hour of snow? Like, what do they expect you to do?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Come on.
There it is.
Set it to halftime because we need time. We need time to do shit.
Yeah.
All right.
You could even completely pause it, couldn't you? I'm not saying you
Yeah, I
should,
don't want to
just-
do that. I think that's not an in-game feature. That's a development override, and I really don't want to
Ah, okay.
lower it. Wait a second. Enable straw swath, please. God, that's a big stack of straw, right? I highly doubt that it would be that tall. There.
I think sometimes it kind of glitches out and it makes piles that are bigger than they actually are.
Maybe we can actually harvest. You want to get one of the balers and pick up the straw?
Sure, is it the regular balers? Or the same as the grass ones?
Yep.
Do I have to worry if there's any grass in it?
No. It'll just
Okay.
override it. Doesn't matter. We're not concerned with wasting 1,000 liters of grass or whatever it is. Like,
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
Let's hit him turn around before I get too close.
Yeah, we want to do the headlands first. So go down this row and then go down the edge on that one and then go down the back and I'll be behind you. Pick them up.
All right. Good, it is on. Wasn't sure right away.
It's like walking behind a dog with a pooper scooper.
Yup. Here's that slightly large pile you were talking about. I take it.
Yeah, that might take a couple. You know, kind of skim the right side of it and then back up and then skim like the left side of it and yeah, kind of have to.
See, so far taking it slowly seems to be doing it. Oh, but yeah, looks
Yeah,
like
you're gonna go down the middle. That's why you skim the right side so you avoid the split, the 710 split.
Yeah.
You're gonna. What about? Oh,
Yep. I was overturning so that I could get it from this angle. Can I get that little bit there? Oh, come on.
yeah. You should have let it go. Anything the tractor drives over, the thing is gonna drive over. So it's like.
Yeah, I should have gone a little bit further that first. There we go.
It's his first day on the job, everybody.
And last.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, I turned my cruise on too soon. I don't have your stream up at the moment, so I can't see if anybody's messaging.
No, last message was from Alex from a while ago.
Okay. A little bit closer, and then I'll skew off so I get this in 2 passes rather than 16.
I was trying to grab the.
Oh, the one on the back?
There we
Sorry.
go.
What more? Centered here.
Oh.
Sorry.
I thought you were
Was
going for it.
engaging my-
It's just like.
Yeah, I was getting lined up. What is that? The auto
Vehicle control.
vehicle control. Thank you. I'm 100% awake. Want to snake those off the back? Excellent. Let's see if I can hopefully gracefully get the last little bit of this. If I go like this, back up a little more, now I should be able to cut it tight here. Get that little bit. Nope. Damn it. I gotta be careful because there's a little patch of mowed grass over here. Although, is that in a plot we don't have yet?
No, we own all the plots around that corner.
Okay.
What is the width of that?
Yeah, I was wondering.
Header.
The combine?
Let's see. Purchase. Trailer. Headers. That is a Titan Draper. Unreal, which is 13.7 meters wide. So, working with 13.7.
Alrighty.
Go.
That's Control C?
Control, yes. Control C.
Yeah, okay. Oop. Somehow I deleted the decimal place also. That would have been awkward.
That would have been a wide swath on that. There's I don't know why YouTube suggested this to me. There was one YouTuber's series. He named it Ridiculously Unrealistic. That's like the name of the series. And literally using equipment that mows the entire map all at once.
Oh boy.
So one way down, one run down the map, mows the whole map, side to side, mows the whole thing. And then he has another one that windrows it, and it piles everything in behind the windrower. So there's this giant pile of like hay, and then he comes back with a baler that does the whole map, and then he bales it, and the thing is spitting out bales so fast. It's ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous. So, but again, for some reason, this guy's got like 7,000 views on these videos. It's just like,
Huh. 13.7 doesn't seem to be serving me well. Is it working for you fine?
yeah.
Huh.
13.7. Oh, yeah. Wait. What? 13.7. Yeah, it should put you in the middle of the next row.
Wonder if that first row is a little offset compared to the rest.
Yeah, you're right. It's a little off kilter.
Yay, I'm not crazy.
Yeah, I wonder why that is.
And it's all Buggy's fault. Okay, this one seems to be aligned nicely. Huh.
It could be a rounding because yeah, a lot of times if there's is like 13.7, it's the remain. It's because it's because it's not a full square, because the squares are meter, it's 1 meter next meter next. So the 0.7 makes it a little bit rough on that calculation.
Yeah.
But after I'm done with this, what I'm going to do is go grab that other trailer, because this is going to take us forever. It's always available. So BY, spit out the bales out of the back. X. Let's go grab that one thrower. Or the Mysticat. If you want to grab the Mysticat and just go in between two rows and just grab the straw.
Ah. I may as well just keep going with the baler.
Yeah, it just is a saving. It just saves time. The Mysticat just saves time. 'Cause we have a lot to accomplish before the sun goes down.
True.
How are we doing in this thing? We have 845,000 liters of oats already. Wow. That's a lot of oats.
Chock full of oats. I probably shouldn't say things like that, because I think that is trademarked. The Mysticat is the one that looks like the...
It's got
the wagon with the white.
It's got the white highlights on.
Oh man, these tractors can be going so quick.
The what are going quick?
Tractors? I had this one. I needed to come up here, so I just turned it off and let it loose on the speed.
Oh yeah.
Cruised.
Yeah, when you're dealing with a really big map, it's nice to have fast vehicles, because man, trying to traverse, once we get a lot of the bigger, like a lot of the fields ready to go, they're going to be so big and far away that it's going to be like, yeah, it's going to be nice having speed on our side.
Yeah, it's really weird to imagine too, you know, so the slower tractors, how farmers actually drive those, you know, and you know, map this big and takes hours to get across at the slower speeds. Well, that's real life. People do that every day.
Yep.
Just seems so difficult to comprehend / do. Sorry, coherence is not my strong suit right now. Yeah, I'd be shocked if I got like even 6 hours of sleep last night. I think I got less.
If the crop actually tells you it doesn't actually show you any yield bonus according to like bees. There should be a it should be there should show like a bee bonus on there because I definitely have the bee bonus. Bee bonus.
Huh.
So it's weird that it's not on there. Now you see what I mean about doing it faster.
Oh yeah.
Right. I would like to find. Let's see, there should be a road. Purchase. Construction. Painting.
Sorry.
Good timing.
Yeah.
Damn it. I don't know. That one not farming guy, when I see him painting like roads, I don't know how he does it, but it's just super accurate. Like he does a great job. And
Oh.
I don't know how he does it so fast because I cannot, no matter what I do. Cannot make it like look like what he does. Weird.
Yeah, I've noticed sometimes it'll pop out and paint an extra block or two and then keep going straight along and
Yeah, it's really hard to control and get like a straight line because it's the square that it's covering is just this bizarre like over to the side, and yet it's painting like the wrong spot. And then suddenly it'll switch when it's just like a couple pixels. It'd really help if you could square your view up. Like if I could hit a key and be like, boom, lock in perfect, like east, like whatever degree that is, like at 90 degrees. That way, when I hit W to move my camera, it was taking that into account. Now, if I come back here, yeah, this I need to have it closer because the wheel well needs to be further in. Little pixel, that's all it takes. I don't mind a little bit of randomness because it makes it asymmetric. Kind of look like it's worn, but it's hard to make it look perfect. That is a long road right there.
Yeah.
But now we got to decide what we're going to plant in this new enormous field.
And I suppose we haven't hit the point where we can try and craft the high level stuff either.
Well, I'm not in a hurry to like make
Okay.
billions of dollars. I know that we're eventually going to get to the point where we're going to have so much money that it really doesn't make any sense to even keep on playing. I want to try to avoid that as much as possible.
Fair point.
Where people are just like, you have 600 million in the bank. Why are you still farming? You should be on an island in should be like on a tropical island drinking little drinks with umbrellas in them. Like, why are you still farming at 600 million?
Yeah, fair point. Well,
That's why I made everything more expensive to do.
yeah. Now, do I bring this, is this straw? Do
Yeah,
I bring it to the,
dump it into the farm supply factory. The
oh,
same
farm
place,
supply?
yeah, the same place that you dump the grass.
Alrighty.
Right. 1.4 million oats. Glorious.
Park this back where it was.
Yep, as well. That way we know where it is.
Yeah. If we want to actually be able to find things, what sense does that make?
Ooh, that is a heavy header on this thing. Holy shit.
Yeah.
This header is just on the verge of causing this thing to tip up. Like crazy heavy. Alright. Now, we've stored all the oats. Could sell them, but we're not super desperate for money right now. Now, let me buy another plow. Let me go around and do the border. I'll go around and do the border of the field. I'll give you permissions, and then I've got another plow there. And so after I've got the border done, we both can work on finishing it, getting the rest of it plowed. This is what takes the longest.
Yeah.
There's not really I mean, you can use courseplay to do it. It is possible, but with courseplay, it is there are some bugs. There are some bugs with courseplay that can cause shit to go haywire. So I'm going to focus on just giving a nice little border to this enormous... This is going to be a big field. It's going to be a big field.
Yeah.
All right. That. We can plant here. Got corn already coming. I don't want to do cotton yet.
Should I go down the line?
I know it's
right
like
next to where you're plowing, or?
no, well, just wait. Just wait
Okay.
for me to get done. That way, I'm not worried about you catching up with me or anything. I want to get the border here ready to go. But yeah, you will eventually unfold and just go right next to where I'm doing it. Just go back and forth, back and forth.
All right.
A little bit over. See, we don't really need right now. Barley, we really don't. Oats, we just harvested. Corn, we've got coming. Could do like, we really wanted to be crazy. We could do sugar beets. But that, no, we need, in order to do sugar beets, we're going to need a few $1 million in the bank. I think that's the only way we're able to do sugar beets, because that is a crazy process, sugar beets. Because you need the special harvester, which isn't cheap. You need a special header, obviously, which isn't cheap. And then you need, if you want to do sugar beet cut, which you get better. I don't know why, but it's just better. Then we would need a beaverator to cut the sugar beets, and then like the grain mill to turn it into sugar. You could just sell them, but I don't know what the sugar beets sell for, but I don't think it's a lot.
I wonder what the difference between cane sugar and sugar beet sugar is.
Chemically, it's the same. It's exactly the same.
Okay. Different flavors at all? Because I assume they have minor amounts of byproduct in them.
No, because the process,
No?
the refining process for the sugar is you actually have to have it crystallized. Like when you process either sugar cane or sugar beets, I mean, you grind it up, you liquefy it, you cook it, and then you let it crystallize, and that's the granular sugar that you get out of it. That's what that is. It's like granular sugar, and it's just that's glucose. It's just a very simple, very simple molecular structure.
Yeah.
But I think you get the same. I think you get the same product from either source.
Okay.
So what the edge here? I need to go out to here. Find the edge of the field.
I actually looked it up on the net, and apparently there is a slight taste difference.
Really?
Yep, and there's also a slight difference in cooking, slight difference in recipes.
Was cane sugar just more pure, so you don't have to cook it as much, or like, what's the difference?
Let me read here. Oh, difference in taste is the big part of it. Oh, interesting. There's one note in that section that says some cooks and bakers find that different types of sugar alter the texture and appearance of the final product. Cane sugar is said to caramelize more easily.
Okay.
Boy, that seems strange. Cause yeah, I would have thought that you were right that they were, almost identical. But and I'm sure this is probably minor differences between the two.
Oh, it could be the placebo effect too. Like, I'm sure if you even gave a really good chef a generic container full of sugar, cane sugar, and a generic container full of sugar beet sugar, and had them make 2 batches of the exact same thing, like cookies or something, like whatever they're making, I'm sure that by the end you had a blind panel of 20 taste testers test one of each cookie. I'm sure most people would be like, yeah, there's no difference between them.
Yeah, probably.
Somebody who's super attuned to the flavor would be like, oh, I detect, just like the snooty, like wine people. It's like, ooh, there's a slight like almondy aftertaste, but whatever the hell they say these days. You can go ahead and start, by the way.
Okay. And I allow create fields, I assume?
Yes, you need to allow create fields. I am coming in behind you. If you look behind you, I
Yep,
need
I
you to,
see.
yeah. I'm lining this up. So you're gonna want to, when you switch to the next lane over, you're gonna want to overlap about, you're gonna have to reset it. You're gonna have to overlap about, have your tractor be the center point of what you don't have plowed, if you understand.
I think I
Overlap
get
a
you.
half of the plow, and that
I
will.
should have, I should have gone straight along the headlands, maybe.
Well, I mean, I
In
just
that
wanted to
practice.
just really make sure we had quite a wide area, but
Okay.
just if you overlap it that once, get to the end, you're going to be fine. You're going to be able to just offset it the width of the plow the rest of the way. You're not going to have to worry about it. So just
Okay.
that next one you want to overlap a lot because of how I plow. And then you don't have to worry about it from then on. Now we'll start on this side and meet you in the middle.
Uh, have I ever mentioned my brother when it came to cooking?
You might have said it over the
My
years.
slightly older, maybe. He's always been a pretty good cook, and myself to a lesser extent, but he especially was very good at tasting and even smelling um, something that's cooking and being able to say, okay, no, this needs such and such. Like this needs a little bit of pepper, a little bit of salt, something like that, and with a high degree of accuracy also. Um,
Wow.
Apparently, my sisters were very annoyed at that because they're the cooks.
Oh,
He shouldn't be
jeez.
able to do that.
Wow.
And, it's not quite to that extent, but there was definitely some jealousy going on.
I thought women liked a man who could cook.
Well, true, but not a competitor.
Well, that's true. Yeah, my sense of smell. I mean, when I was really young, I used to have a really good sense of smell. Like I could detect like really faint hints of stuff, and I was like, wow, I smell something weird. And I ran into many times when I was a kid that I could sense something way before something else. But nowadays, I don't know at what point in my adult life my nose basically clogged, but I can barely breathe out of my nose. Like it is, if I were to estimate, if my nose was completely clear, like a normal person, and I could breathe out of my nose, I would estimate I have about I'm at about 20% of what I can breathe out of my nose with. And at night, it's even worse. It's when I lay down, like my nose just completely clogs up. So I don't know if I have like a deviated septum or something like some structural problem with my nose. I think I do. I'm pretty sure it's something. It just feels like I have a dam, like there's a block in my nose in my sinuses somewhere where it's just like nope, no more air through this. My right nostril is usually completely clogged every day. So my sense of smell is almost non-existent. And it's unfortunate that, originally I thought it was because I was smoking. I thought my smoking was causing that. And then when I quit, I was like, oh, maybe I'll be able to, smell things again. And it's a smell has to be very pungent for me to sense it nowadays. It's unfortunate, and so it's absolutely wrecked my ability to taste food. So again, the smell has to be very, very pungent for me to pick it up, like a super, super heavy garlic or a heavy like chili spice or something like that. It has to be very, very pungent for me to even sense it, because I can't. The amount of air that I can breathe through my nose is just not there. And I don't know if a doctor could actually fix it, but part of me wants to get like a roto-rooter and just like whatever it is up in my sinuses, just yank it out. Something, I don't know, what they could do, but probably wouldn't be pretty, whatever it is.
Yeah.
This is a monster field. This is glorious. This is the biggest. This is bigger than any field we had in the previous iteration of the. So, and you could technically automate this with course play. But again, what the hell else are we gonna do?
Too true.
We can shoot the shit and talk about things. And chat, YouTube chat isn't giving us anything, so. Do we talk about something as innocuous as the weather? Like,
it's weird.
The super strong El Nino that's developing right now?
Ah, we've been getting a lot of rain here.
We've been getting a lot of rain, too.
Before we skip to weather, though, my brother's sense of smell, he could literally smell cooking popcorn from about half a mile away.
Yep. I used to be able to. Yeah, I used to be able to have I had a super keen sense of smell when I was really, really little. And then, I don't know, puberty hit and my sense of smell just disappeared.
Do I need to worry about the angle of the plowing? Because when I was turning around on the north side, I could have swore I lifted the plow, but it didn't. So it's got a circular.
Yeah, as long as you're not plowing outside the line, it doesn't matter what angle it is. It'll be reset when we go through with the rock picker anyway.
Good.
But yeah, you definitely want to make sure you lift the plow when you turn the corner.
I'm guessing I hit B rather than V.
Yeah.
Because I think I do the opposite when I'm trying to hit B. But yeah, it didn't go outside of the plot, so that was good. But yeah, the weather, you said El Nino is developing?
Yeah, so far it's one of the strongest ever recorded.
Okay.
And it's still getting stronger. Yeah. I have a very specific amount of knowledge around climate change that I don't do the super hyperbolic, like, oh, world is over, we're gonna be dead in 5 years. Like, none of that shit. Like, I don't believe that shit at all. But there is definitely we are definitely responsible for climate change. The things the climate is doing right now, never been seen in human history. And anybody out there who says, like, well, the climate is always changing. Nah. The climate was pretty steady for 10,000 years. The last 10,000 years, it historically was very, very steady. Winters were very predictable. If you look at, like, farmers' almanacs and stuff from, like, the 1800s, there was very, like, you know, the average rainfall, the average snowfall, the average temperatures were, like, it was just this, like, very predictable line. Whereas now, it's day to day. There's no... Every winter is different. Like, the last 20 years, 15 to 20 years, every winter is like a dice roll. What kind of winter are we going to get this year? Like a super warm winter or super cold winter, super wet, super dry. It's not consistent at all. And that is what climate change is. The climate just is like all over the place. And El Nino and the La Nina, those are very, very heavy indicators of what is coming. So yeah, the super strong El Nino is not a good thing. Because when you have that much energy, that much heat in the ocean, and that much moisture in the air, all it does is make floods, droughts, and crazy weather happen. So the only thing we can do is try to innovate and limit the impact, and don't let our politicians take control of society out of fear. That's the one thing that they're going to try to do.
To a degree, they've already started.
I mean, the WHO has already come out flatly and said that they're planning on locking down countries.
Yeah.
Because of climate change. And it's like they're going to try to grab for power. There's going to be a small group of people at the top that are going to try to grab for power because of climate change. And that is why the rhetoric is so polarized. That is why it's doom and gloom every time. Doom and gloom, doom and gloom. We're all dead. It's like they're making people very, very afraid. So that way, when somebody comes in and says, we're going to lock you down for climate change, people are like, oh, well, that's better because we're doom and gloom. We're all afraid. It's like, no.
Finally, they're going to save us.
Yeah. You really think that the elite are going to stop flying in their private jets? No. They're going to get you to stop using gas stoves, ice cars, and going to stop you like using whatever carbon you think you're using, and they're going to be flying around in private jets and helicopters. It's nothing on the top is going to change.
Exhibit A, man bear pig.
Yeah.
A guy who jets around the world talking about climate change.
Yeah.
And then did you hear about the deck around his house?
Huh.
Pure redwood.
That's funny.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a catch-22. It is not a catch-22. It is a total fear factor. Like, we are going to be able to innovate. I mean, look at Elon Musk. Elon Musk should be the darling of the left in climate change. People should be cheering him on and supporting him left, right, and center. He's actually making a difference. He's actually replacing combustion engine cars. He's actually putting solar on people's roofs and batteries in their garages, and he's literally doing everything he can to fight fossil fuel use. And yet people cannot stop putting hate on this. People are keying cars. They're unplugging neighbors' Teslas. It is beyond understanding. Even environmentalists who call themselves environmentalists don't like Elon for whatever reason. I don't understand it. The one guy in the world, the one guy actually doing something about the problem, and not just flying around the world talking about it, warning people about it, or gluing themselves to the streets, which is only an insane person would do something like that. We're going to glue ourselves and block traffic. So now, because we're blocking traffic, there are several hundred cars that you stopped that are idling and burning gas and not being productive. They're just sitting there. You really think that's better? You really think that's better than actually letting the cars be productive and go and deliver the goods or the people wherever they need to go? Not only that, but they're also stopping Teslas. And they're also stopping electric vehicles. So for me, the way through is to actually do and innovate and build infrastructure, not gluing yourself to a sidewalk or a street. That's not accomplishing anything. And Konstantin Kisin actually did a speech about that went viral. He summarized it. He summarized it perfectly. It was such a good message.
And just to reiterate what you were saying there about what Elon's doing, I think he's got the right path too for when it comes to electricity. We shouldn't be building giant wind and solar farms. They have consequences. We should be focusing more on doing um, houses. You know,
Well, yeah,
individuals.
distributing the load. So, but not every climate is conducive to putting solar on houses.
Right.
Arizona, Southern California, New Mexico, Texas, that makes that makes sense, right? Alaska, not so much. So what do you do to make it up? Well, there's only one technology out there that exists that has been largely shunned for the last 40 years that can provide almost unlimited base load power with no pollution, with no fossil fuel pollution, and people are still like uneasy about it, and there's no reason for it. There's no rational explanation for people to be so afraid of nuclear power, compared to the damage and death and destruction that is caused by fossil fuels. How many cases of asthma, black lung cancer could be attributed to burning coal and oil compared to the 0 deaths in this country from nuclear?
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that a handful of incidents have.
Right, it's invisible, and that's why people are so afraid of it. Well, the pollution in the air is invisible. People are dying left, right, and center because of that. You look at any community around, let's say, around a plastics factory. The chemicals they use to manufacture plastic are some of the worst in the world. The incidence rate of cancer around a factory that produces plastics, which again, plastics are a fossil fuel product, the cancer rates are 5 to 10 times the normal average rates of cancer. And that's just around a plant. And you look at the environmental damage, and you look at all of the damage, real and long term, of fossil fuels. There's no comparison to nuclear. There's no comparison. The amount of fuel a nuclear plant uses in a given year is a minuscule fraction compared to how much coal you need to burn in a year. It's like I'd have to Google it, but the amount of energy in, say, a gram of nuclear fuel is something like 1,300 tons of coal in a gram of nuclear. So I just don't see I just don't see the comparison as far as like, well, what do you do with all the nuclear waste? Blah blah blah. All those arguments. It's like, we actually have reactor designs that use nuclear waste, process it, and deplete it to a point where it's almost inert when it comes out the other side. It uses every last possible atom of energy, and by the time it's called a breeder reactor, by the time it gets out to the other side, it's largely inert. It's easy to dispose of, and it's a minimal amount of fuel. So we have technologies, we have an understanding now that we didn't back in the 60s when all those plants were being built. I just man, I don't understand people's irrational attitude of it. I just don't understand.
Yeah.
Fukushima, there was fundamental design flaws. Well, that plant was built in like the late 70s. Nobody thought when they built that, nobody was thinking long term. Nobody was thinking like what happens when. And the tsunami that came in, like, was unprecedented. It was a 9.0 earthquake. That was first one in recorded history. The earthquake was so powerful, that Japanese earthquake was so powerful, it knocked the earth. The Earth's crust actually shifted 10 feet.
Jeez.
The entire
I think I'd heard that, but it's been a while.
Yeah, it's unbelievable the amount of energy released in there. So modern designs, they literally try to sit and think of the worst case scenarios over and over and over again. What are the scenarios? What are the things that could happen? And they're, every time we make a mistake as humans, we try to learn from it.
At least we're supposed to.
Engineering, the engineering is the best example of that. We built some stuff that collapsed, and we just learn, and we learn and we learn. And eventually, we get better at stuff. Wow, this is a big field. Jesus. Crazy. But yeah, this winter is going to be very, very interesting. Weather patterns are going to be very, very interesting. I just read that South America is just getting over their winter, right? The southern hemisphere is just now coming out of their winter, and they recorded 110 degrees.
Oof.
So they're in their spring, and they're already 110 degrees. What does that mean for the height of summer? So
I think they're typically warmer, but still, that's extreme.
Oh, it's extreme. There's already every indication that next year is going to be the hottest year ever recorded on the planet, as far as human history goes. There's going to be no comparison. It's going to be so hot because the one of the things, I talked to this with my brother for a while, and I told him, I said, all the predictions, even like Carl Sagan and all the scientists back in the 80s who started talking about this, and they were making these wild predictions. As time has developed and as more and more research has been done, we're actually learning a whole lot. There are things about the climate that we had no idea. All these integrated systems, it's the most complex system that I ever have thought of. I mean, it's more complex than orbits of planets. It's infinite numbers of variables and pressure and heat and butterfly wings, and it's just like it's an insanely complex system. And so the more we've studied it, the more accurate our models have been. Back in the 70s and 80s, they were very rudimentary, especially because computers really were not capable of very complex calculations. So over the years, we've gotten better and better and better at modeling the climate. Just better at it. More historical data as we got the ice cores, and we were able to analyze it. We just started learning more and more and more about it. And we continue to do so. So the models that are coming out now are aggregate models. They run the simulation with slightly different variables, then they do it 100 times. And they see, okay, in the next 100 years, here's 100 different simulations. And they take all of those simulations, best case, worst case, average case, all of the cases in between, and they average them all out. And they say, all right, here's the average of what's possible. And it's not pretty. It's not pretty what the world is going to turn into. It's not guaranteed, but it's not pretty. So yeah, I just see this as it's going to be an interesting year. El Nino, the weather patterns. I'm just afraid that people are going to take advantage, like people usually do, and try to use fear and paint on paintings, throwing soup on paintings, ruining masterpieces. I can guarantee you right now, damn near every major museum has got replicas on the wall. So if you go to a museum over in Europe and you're looking at the Mona Lisa, or you're looking at a Monet, or you're looking at something, I damn near guarantee that that's a replica. It's probably a damn good replica. But anybody in that industry, anybody, saw the destruction of these paintings and said, nope, not us. We're not going to risk it.
I don't think I heard about this.
No, they're not publicizing. Obviously, nobody is actually admitting to it. But when you have $100 million painting on the wall, are you going to risk somebody gluing themselves to that painting? Because there's no way to remove somebody from that painting without destroying a $100 million piece of art. So do you risk the $100 million piece of art, or do you pay an artist under the table to replicate the damn thing, even if it's $100,000? There are artists that can replicate that. I mean, it can be done. You could even pay a computer to replicate it. You pay somebody money, replicate it precisely, and hang that on the wall instead. Make it look exactly the same. It's identical. But it's a forgery. It's a fake. And the real one is in a vault somewhere, protected. That's $100 million. That's insurance money of an investment. So it is what it is. But if I was in a museum, that's the first thing I would do. The first time somebody threw soup on a painting, I'd be like, oh, hell no. If they weren't fakes, or, if they weren't duplicates already.
Yeah.
I mean, look at when I was in Rome, I saw the Michelangelo's Pieta, and his Pieta was one of his first sculptures. He did the Pieta at like 19 years old. It is this magnificent marble statue of Mary and Jesus. It is unbelievable. Proportionally, it's crazy, but it's beautiful. Years ago, when it was on display, because it's pretty much on permanent display in the Vatican, somebody jumped the rope line and attacked the thing with a hammer. Oh. Now this is an irreplaceable masterpiece done by one of the people in human history that one of a kind. And
a savant on multiple levels.
I mean, Jesus, Michelangelo. I studied this man for many, many years. Just amazing talent. Singular mind. And somebody attacked for whatever their reason is, right? People do stupid things. Like broke off her hand and broke her nose, and they spent a huge amount of money repairing it. And now the Pieta sits behind like a 3-inch plate of bulletproof glass. And so you have to see the art. You have to see it now through a piece of armored glass. And it's that, it doesn't take many people to ruin it for everybody else.
Yeah. It's always one guy who poops in the cereal.
So yeah, the whole like throwing paintings on, I'll never understand. I will never understand. Not only that, but they have go to a building and they're spraying the building with paint, I just want to ask them, like, what is that paint made of? You know how horribly toxic paint is in general? Like, paint is not something you want to spray around willy-nilly. It's just crazy. People are amazing.
I can just hear the response now. Oh, I huff it all the time. It's fine.
I mean, it's amazing. Like, why do you think standing in front, blocking traffic, what in the world makes you think that's going to make a difference? Like, why do you think that's going to make a bit of difference? All you're doing is pissing off a whole lot of people who are just trying to get to work. I mean, one person blocked a woman from going to the hospital and having a baby. Like, what about that process makes you think you're gonna impact anyone? You're gonna change anybody's mind? Rather than go to college, innovate, and invent new technology that actually improves life. Why is it they think gluing themselves to pavement is more effective than innovating and inventing ways of fixing the problem? I don't understand that. Because in my world, if you want to fix something, you know, necessity is the mother of invention. And necessity right now is battery storage, clean energy, and those kinds of things. And there are definitely large, deep pockets investing in that because there's a lot of money in it. Look how big Tesla is as a company. The market cap of Tesla exceeds that of the next 25 auto companies combined.
Oof.
Right? So, obviously they're doing something right. But in the end, like, why are they getting so much hate? Because people just don't like Elon for whatever reason. Like, I don't know. I don't even understand. I don't know why this guy gets so much hate. Because he bought Twitter? Because he believes in free speech? How has free speech become a controversial thing?
Yeah, it's so paradoxical.
Like, I believe in freedom of speech. Why is that a controversial topic? Why are people trying to suppress free speech while at the same time they're saying we need to protect free speech? We want to censor in order to protect freedom of speech. Somebody explain that to me, please. What are the odds that we're going to be able to pass one another?
I was curious about that myself. I'm going to
No, don't move.
stop here.
Don't move.
Oh, okay. I was gonna lift my or fold it and see, but oh yeah.
Oh my God, look at that. Ha ha ha! What the hell are the odds of that?
Damn. That's just
Wow.
beautiful.
It's like I planned it. Let's
Yeah.
go with that, everybody.
Yup.
Yeah, let's go with that. All right, make sure when you're done and you're folding up your thing, you turn it back onto
Limit to fields.
limit to fields. Yeah.
Alrighty. Good thing you mentioned, because I might not have remembered.
Yeah. It's just smart to do that way you don't accidentally you don't actually drive away and just start oops.
Yup. Let's hit that one first. Alright, yeah, that's 2 good.
Alrighty. That should have given us... Okay, so purchase this. There you go.
Oh, that was the autosave, I bet.
No, that was me loading thing.
Ah, okay.
Okay. Now we can save some money.
It's funny how dirty this thing got just from that. First day on the job. Is there somewhere special to put in the plows? Oh.
Yeah, you should be able to find mine.
Passed right by it. How am I supposed to find it that way?
Yeah, I know it's green on grass and...
Well, I looked around and I saw it like right away afterwards. I don't know how I missed it. That was more of a self-deprecating thing.
Ah. Alright. So I want to make sure this first stage is... where this little square is fertilized. Go ahead and go grab the lime spreader. Go to the lime, the processing, and fill it up.
All right.
And we're going to want probably some more on top of that.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a pretty big task.
Dun, dun. Let's see. Get a little overlap here. Beautiful. All right. Wow, is that like... Wow, did I get that perfectly right on the edge? That is... I'm kind of impressed with myself.
Well, that didn't seem to be too much.
Yeah, in the lime factor, there wasn't going to be enough, very much. I already knew that, which is why I sort of said that you're gonna want to put some more in it. There's a silo right behind the vehicle building that is a purchase point.
Wow.
So it's just a silo that's sticking up that has a spout on it. That's all it's there. That is a spot that we can buy, but we don't want to. I mean, you don't want to just sit and let it fill, because the thing holds like 1 million lime, and that is not. that would be a very expensive purchase if we sat and filled the whole thing up. But we're gonna need, holy Lord, we're gonna need a lot. We're gonna need a lot. So we might want to.
Four full plots and then like another half.
Oh, this is gonna be.
On,
This is gonna be 400,000 or 500,000 lime is gonna go onto this field.
okay. I'll fill it to 400 and then stop there.
Yeah.
Just see the numbers ticking down on our cash.
Yeah, it hurts a little bit. Sure it stops. It should detect that this is the edge and it should stop. Hopefully.
Oh, sorry. I was hoping I could get it a little closer. But nah. If I'm gonna need more, I'm probably gonna need a lot more than that, so no point.
Well,
Should I
what I
start
was thinking about doing is buying another one.
Ah,
Just so we can then. So one of the things I want to do is buy another stone picker. So buy that. Buy another one of these. I really should have modded this. When I modded this is actually a mod that I made, but I should have made the working speed like way faster. So buy this. Because what you want to do with a big field is you want to attack both sides going into the middle. So, yeah, for the sprayer and stuff, I want to make sure that we got the whole field ready to go. So that's why I'm waiting on this. We don't want to start. No. We do not want to start liming yet.
oh, sorry. I'm just trying to figure out where
Okay.
the limits are.
But yeah,
Put a couple of sprinkles.
What I would do with that, rather than pointing down first, I would swing it around and point it east first. I would go over the top.
Okay.
Right? You go over the top, and you go down one side, and then you go across the bottom. So you got the headlands on the top and the bottom now. Now remember, don't start it yet. I'm not done. I'm not done fertilizing. You go down, you go across the top, you go down the long side, and you go across the bottom, and that gives you the headlands. And then when you turn it around to go up, when you go north again to get back to where you started, when you line it all up and you start it, that's when you hire the worker. Because the worker will go all the way up to the headlands that you already did and turn it around. And then you jump into the other vehicle and go to the other side of the field, and you start the worker going down the... So you have one worker on one side and one worker on the other side. and they're working their way into the middle. And that way, you can now start a rock picker on one side and a rock picker on the other side, and get those working towards the middle. So you can get quite a lot done pretty fast on a big field. And you always want to hire the worker on the long side of the field. So you don't want to hire the worker going back and forth on the short side, because the workers turn around on the headlands slower than a person does, but they're way more efficient at it. They're consistent. They do it every time, and they line the sums up perfectly. So you want to use them, but you want them turning around as few times as possible, which is why you want to start the worker on the long side of the field. So yeah, by going over the top. So what you can do is you can jump in you can get another tractor, you can grab that other lime spreader, and you can fill that up with, like, I don't know, 200,000. Yeah, right about 200,000. And that should be, quote unquote, the last time we have to purchase lime.
Yeah, we should be able to get self-sufficient after that.
Yeah. Because now when we plow, we get red rocks. So the first time we plow, we get yellow, which doesn't give you much. But the next time we plow this field and harvest it, the whole field will be red rocks. We're going to get 200,000 rock off this field next time. Maybe even 400,000 rock off this field next time we harvest it. And that will turn into an enormous amount of lime. So not too concerned with that. Not only that, but with the fuel refinery, we can unload what little honey that we've developed into here, and any wood chips that we've gotten on the sawmill, and we can make some diesel, and then we can load the diesel into the lime processing factory and get some iron, and then we just have to build the farm factory itself, and that will give us a ton of rock. Because when you make diesel, or when you make metal, 1,000 liters of rock, or 1,000 liters of iron ore, will give you 500 liters of metal and then 500 liters of stone. So I didn't change the actual recipes, the ratios. I did change the bonuses, though. I reduced the bonuses by 20% at least across the board. So the pallets and carton rolls, while giving a bonus, I think max out at about 25%. Whereas before they were 45%, which is crazy. And there are a couple exceptions, but not. All right. Let's get this. And there we go.
Where should I set this one up for? Set it up on, like, the
That
east
is gonna
side?
that is gonna be the far east side facing down, but you do. It's not going to be on the edge of the field. It's going to be inset one level into the field,
Right.
because they're going to be going down that side.
There we go. It's about 200.
All right. Wait. So, how about I get this one started?
Shortenly.
And then... Now, we don't technically have to reline this up here, but we are. I don't think it has any impact on it at all. Hopefully it'll reset the lime situation for this plot, so it's in sync with this side.
There we go. I've got lined up nicely for the second line heading south. It was funny. I peeked over at your stream and saw some trees disappearing as you were getting closer to them.
Yeah, the LOD system is funny because it doesn't reset the LOD system until you reload the map, and then it regenerates the distant trees that you see.
Yeah.
So when I save and reload the map, next time we stream, those trees in the middle, the LOD distance from the trees will disappear. Show it. Oh wow, that was way up. Nope. God damn it.
Huh. I wonder if mine didn't detect right. Yeah,
It should be at 42 meters. Control Alt W should reset it to redetect it, basically. So it should.
It's doing 25.6 rather than 42 meters.
Yeah, that's when you want to hit Control Alt W to reset it.
Yeah.
It should. I mean, I've never had it not detect the 42 meters, so should be good to go on that.
I had to go into the Control C menu to get it to change. I wonder if it's a client.
Really, I wonder.
Issue.
Well, that 25.6, that was the plow. I think the plow was 25.6.
I wonder if those settings are saved to the tractor.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're per track.
Okay, yeah, here we go. This is nicely in line.
So it does remember what your previous setting was. Hoo-wee, this is a lot. Wow, this is a big field. This is an enormous field. This is the biggest field. I mean, we never had a field this size in the Uber production. This is a huge field.
We had a 2x2, if I remember right, but not a 3x2.
Yeah, this is a big. So I'm still trying to think of like what to plant in here. Potatoes? We could do potatoes to make into French fries. That would give us several $1 million. I'm trying not to just flood ourselves with money coming out of our ears, so one really good we're gonna get corn soon because there's one recipe that helps keep you from having to buy so much seed. With the Farm Supply Factory, it lets you craft your own seed. You can craft it with wheat, think wheat, barley, or corn. Craft your own seeds. But corn, we've got. Yeah, we're gonna be getting quite a bit of corn. This is gonna give us corn. And a crap ton of straw. So we could look at, getting some cows going. I don't know. I didn't really have a goal for this stream series. I wanted to have a big farm. I like big farms. Lots of machines, lots of tractors, lots of combines, lots of, the challenges, big fields, big yields, making, feeding the world, basically.
Boy, it'd be nice if feeding the world was easy.
B and H. Go forth and spread the lime. Now.
I'll keep running this one manually for now, but if you got another task for me, let me know.
Well, we want to start the rock pickers here. So we'll bring the rock picker on this side.
All
So
right.
rock pickers, you don't do headlands for rock pickers. Because there's no...
Yeah.
Alright.
I should just be able to hire.
Yep. If you're going straight on, you should be able to hire a guy and hop out. But I did buy another rock picker if you want to do the other side. But you want to wait. You want to wait for the tractor to actually... It's going to take a hot minute for the tractor to actually get all the way up.
Yeah.
Hire this guy. Go. Hopefully, I give him enough space back here to turn around. That was the only reason why I was not taking the field all the way up to the tree line. Is these rock pickers can be rough. How much? 8,600.
Did you set up on the east or west side?
I set up on the east side, so you want to set one up on the west, but you want to wait till that tractor comes up with lime and turns around first.
Yeah. Make sure it gets its paths all set and good.
Yeah. And you definitely want it to like run down like a ways, because the rock picker is going to be faster than the lime. The speed limits on the lime are a lot slower, so we want to really pay attention. To the vehicles and the position. We don't want the rock pickers to catch up and hit the back of the limers. That would be bad. That would be very, very bad.
Yeah.
Okay, so we want air Oh, that is an expensive recipe. Damn. $84,000 a month for the honey into diesel recipe. Wow, that's expensive too. We even afford that at this point. Oh. Take hot. Surprised. Purchase. Miscellaneous. Wizard. Diesel. Five.
Okay, I'm gonna AFK a bit here. Should I go ahead and hire
Yeah, if you're
Okay.
good to go, if you're lined up and everything.
Yep. Looks like we're good. Alright, AFK a bit here.
Dang, the turning radius on this Unimog is atrocious. Okay, now. Is this thing out of water? It is. Wow. Whoops. That's not. That was a huge waste. grass is missing. I don't know. Grass is building up in there. I need to go get some more water. Oh, I'm glad I checked that. Glad I checked. All right. Let's check on the map. Right. Line is going. Well, I'll have to check. Oh, this went the wrong direction. That is why you started on the edge of the map, everybody. You start on the very edge of the thing, and that way there's only one direction for the thing to automate and go in. If you don't do it that way, you are literally it's a coin flip at that point. You notice how this didn't go in this way? Because he didn't start it on the very, very edge of the map. And he's in the vehicle, so I can't do anything. I can't reset it. It's going to waste however long he's going to be AFK. It's going to waste that much time. Because it's going to get to the end, and it's going to stop. And it's going to be like, oh, I'm done. And it's like, no. You start it. You move in. You start at the edge of the field, and you have to move it in.
I'm back.
Yeah. Just so you know, I don't know if you've caught any of that. When you hire a worker, specifically for rock picking, you always want to hire the worker while you're on the very edge of the field, so that there's only one direction for it to actually go in. That's the only way to get rock pickers to go the right direction. Because
I remembered that afterwards. How are things going otherwise?
oh, everything's going good. As soon as I'm done filling this tank, I'm going to be checking things to make sure the lime is good to go. I've got the lime processor. I put a little bit of diesel in there, but it is not a cheap. It's not a cheap craft. Neither is the diesel. Wow, this is going to make a huge difference in our budgets, everybody. It's going to make a big difference in the game because I am not used to these crafts being so expensive. Okay, wood beams are done, and we can just make another batch. No. All right, let's hop in. This guy, he is only got 240,000. This guy, down to 60. Yeah, it uses a lot. We'll see how much of the 60,000 it has left when it gets to the other side. I'm going to guess it's going to be quite low, if not out. I think, Ross, how much do you remember? How much you put in this? Like 200,000, I think it was. On this one, on this side of the field.
I think it was 195 or something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was approximately 200.
So so far it's used about 10,000. So I'm going to guess it's going to use about 30,000 or so. We're going to get really close to this top area here by the time it runs out. No, maybe not. It's going to run out right about there. Well, maybe 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. It's going to be close. It's going to be really damn close. There's another 10,000. That's a lot of lime. Holy cow, think about how much that is. Like, imagine doing this with the default amount this thing actually holds, right? A field of this size, I think this spreader default holds like 15,000 liters, maybe 10,000. So you literally have to fill it up like every 3 minutes. You'd have to have like big bags of lime driven out to the field, loaded in. And that would be crazy. All right. How close are we going to get to the top of the field with 36,000 that we had left? Considering we had roughly 60,000 when we started on the top. So I think we're going to have, we might have a couple thousand left. Might have a couple thousand. But we'll have enough left in the other one to do it. Because that one had over 200,000 left, so it should be able to finish this. We may put a little bit more in this one to be able to make up the difference. Oh, this is a big field. We're getting a lot of stone out of these too. How much stone does that thing have in it now?
39,000 just tripped over.
Wow. Yeah, because there's that section of the field above there that has it's in the red. It's giving you 3 times the amount of stone per clump. Yellow is 5 per clump, and the red is 15 per clump. Oh, it looks like it missed a rock down there. Right where you're at. There's a rock in the middle of the field right
Yeah, I'll have to go back and get it, I think.
there.
It's having a problem turning around, I believe.
Yeah, right next to the trees. I tried to keep it away from the trees to prevent that, but oh, we might have like 12,000 left. That is buy a little bit more. Put 50,000 in here. Depending on how this does. How much is left? 180,000. Should be fine. Um, soybeans. Tempted to do soybeans. Let's look at soybeans. Soybeans themselves actually fetch a pretty penny. We could fill up the farm supply factory because we need soybeans to make the mineral feed, which makes the TMR. Some more seeds. I might need another one of these planters, although we would have to lease it because one of these planters is like nearly 400,000. And I would need another tractor. Oh, these beefy tractors too. Yeah, this one even has weights. Oh, yeah. Need another one of these, definitely. Oh my god, did I get that perfect right on? Oh, baby, look at that. Perfect. Okay. Get out of there. Is it done? Sometimes if it's not done unfolding, the tractor won't stop. Okay. Purchase. Fortunately, I'm going to need another one of these. Got pick 700. Numbers 2. Pretty sure the other one is number 1. And unfortunately, $500,000 for that damn thing. Whew, brutal. We have to lease it. That's damn expensive. Planters. Let's get another DB120. 48 row beast. Get that. Wheel setup, I believe we did BKT. That. GPS. Nah, might as well. I don't have a GPS mod. No, I don't think we have the GPS on. Lights. I do work lights. Wheels, no. Volt blower, no. Cleaner, just no. Attachers, no. Conveyor, no. And at least this guy. Because now that we're getting into big territory, like giant field territory, we're going to want a decent amount. So whatever this doesn't grab, I can limit the size of that. Start that right. Osh, you want to? Are you around, or are you still AFK?
Yeah, what's up?
I'm gonna need you to hop into this tractor here soon.
Ah.
Make sure that's wide enough. Yep. Go ahead and hop into that.
All right, and then
Turn it on and just make sure you're locked in straight and head on down. When this gets to the very end, I'll stop it and drive it home, and then when you get to the other end, you just drive her home. The liming is done on this giant field.
This is a big one.
Yeah,
right, I'm gonna mute again for a bit.
This one here had 400,000 climbing. The other one had 200. By the time we get to the end of the field, this will have 112,000 or something like that. So that's a grand total of probably just shy of 500,000 liters of lime. 450,000. So we can't really do another big field until we get a decent supply of lime from our farm factory, because it's a pretty big expense. Yeah, we can buy it. I mean, filling up the million or so liters that this thing is would cost, I don't know, $200,000-$300,000, something like that. I didn't do any of the numbers. I didn't do any of the math around like how much it would cost to actually make that lime in the lime processor. So I don't know if it's actually cheaper to buy it than it is to make it. You are fired, sir. Well, you're laid off. Fired. All right. Drive this baby home. And we can go a little bit faster. Because this thing can get to 90, I don't know, 97 or something? 93 miles an hour. That's not bad. Could you imagine driving 93 miles an hour on dirt in a field? There's no way. No way you'd be survive that. You'd be tractor would spin out, you'd hit a bump, you'd hit a rock, you'd hit something that it would not end well for you. Let's just put it that way. Not end well. 'Anxious to see what tomorrow's production bill is. $2.9 million, that's not bad. Where is it? Where is it? Come on. Farm factory. Perfect spot. Right here. Yeah, I made that more expensive too. The farm factory was like 50,000. I was like, this building alone made us several billion dollars in the last game. So I was like, this we could manage a little bit. This. Good to go. Now, how far are the rock pickers doing? Okay, rock pickers are doing pretty good. Now we need to take the next one of these. Interesting, on the flat map, this DB120 has not anchored to the ground like it used to do all the time on the other map. Like the other map, you'd disconnect this thing and it would like it would anchor itself to the ground. You'd literally have to use the super strength to yank it out of the ground. Really? Start filling. Here we go. Soybeans. Seeds shouldn't be too expensive. Pretty cheap. Fertilizer is kind of expensive, but we've actually got a lot of that. Reminds me, since I put water in there, I should be able to turn fertilizer back. Put 100,000 of seeds in. Should more than plenty. Okay. Almost done. More routes. This is about 3 times faster than they are using the other. The other rock pick.
Do you want me to try and snag the little bit of rock that got missed?
I worry about that near the end when I know I'm gonna pull one of the machines off the field, then I just run it through wherever they might have missed.
Okay. I saw you were lining up the planter.
Yeah, I'm getting ready for it. How's the grass up here? This should have grown. Oh shit! The grass up here is ready to harvest.
Oh.
Growth ready to harvest. Growth stage 3 of 3. What? I'm confused. Growth ready to harvest. So what do you know? Do you remember when we planted this stuff? Was it December or was it November?
I think it was December.
Let's see what happened. I mean, we will obviously mow it. Because you can always mow it. Except for like the very first stage.
What if you mow some of the grass on the outside? That'd be a
Yeah,
tragedy.
it would be. Again, you do the headlands, unless you do. Yeah, we could use course play, of course, but we gotta, we gotta do something with our time. Cat, I felt that little brush against my leg. It's TREAT time. She knows it.
Ah.
Because the kitty can tell time. I don't know, like...
They are.
And she is so accurate. It's kind of scary. Yeah, oh, there's a little paw. She stands up on her paw, or on her hind legs, and like reaches up and like, hey, there's me. It's the cutest thing. It's the cutest thing, but it can be annoying when she does it a lot. It's like I'm not 100% sure this is like when we should have harvested this, but we will do so. It said ready to harvest. Damn it, we're gonna harvest it.
We'll listen to it. This time. Should I hit it with a baler or anything, or?
Well, let's see. I think this time around we can just use the forage wagon, but forage wagon is more optimal when you wait, and you can do 2 rows at once.
Yeah.
No field found. What? I should be able to hire a worker on this. What the hell?
Huh.
What the hell? About... No.
It's not picky enough to where, since there's a tiny bit outside of the field, that it's catching that.
No, it's whatever the center point is on the tractor you're in. That's kind of where it's looking.
Okay.
And even when I'm out in the field, yeah. So,
I don't mind manually mowing that if you want.
okay, let's do exit. I just want to try this out because I haven't actually done this the right way ever. So exit, copy. Temporary course. Can I save it? How do I save the course? How do I save the course? How do I save the course? Anybody out there know? Like, how do I save this course?
Unfortunately, I think we only have one other person watching.
First waypoint. Okay. Now, since I copied that, we're going to try, because I've never done this before. We're going to grab a tractor. Grab a baler. Oh, I just remembered I got to clean up the calorie bars. Can't. Peeing on the floor. Okay. So I can paste first waypoint, which is, let's get this out here. Where's the first waypoint? There it is. Okay. First waypoint, temporary course, work with. Fine. How about this? This is 25. Because I know 25 is pretty much the speed limit of that thing. And I pasted the course already. And away we go. Now, so you can grab the semi.
Alrighty.
And definitely on the headlands. That's the primary. That's the priority. Why is this only 22 miles an hour? It should be like. So. Where are you going, sir? I gotta take these bales off while the course play decides what the hell it wants to do. And yes, I know I could have made that the forage wagon, but I wanted to see as far as bales go, because you can also have it like, there's also a way to make it like grab bales automatically. I've never seen that work either. Yeah, really. I need to move my legs. Done that before. Come on. There you go. There you go.
For this.
There's the tail. Ubiquitous tail in the shot. Yeah, he should get to the end here and change his tune, because... Okay. I mean, he's a little drunk. I don't know what he's doing, but, you know, he's doing it. He's working hard. There he goes. There he goes. Strange animal. You're a strange animal. He's like, it's way past TREAT time. Way past.
Come on, human, what do I pay you for?
Yeah. So because the baler is using the exact same course as the mower, it should be the center line every time. Thus far, this thing has processed 742 bales. 743. That is an insane number of bales that we've gotten. So
Yeah. I can't remember how heavy these bales are.
what
Although
are
I
they?
don't think I've
65.
ever lifted.
Oh shit.
Oh, I mean in real life.
I knew they were gonna. The odds of them meeting were so low, and I was like, "Oh, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen." So,
Murphy's Law.
yep, I have to do nearest waypoint.
Yeah, I wonder how I do trying to lift them. I remember I struggled lifting straw bales when I was younger. But
I mean, IRL the bales are heavy, 60,
I think
70
these
pounds.
yeah, I think the grass ones are heavier than
Heavier than
straw
straw.
bales.
Oh yeah, there's way more moisture in the grass bed.
Yep. And not even just moisture density too, because straw has a lot of hollow.
Yeah, but they're compressed. They're compacted pretty tight. So as far as mass goes, you have to go by mass and not by like size. So I think mass-wise, straw bales are very similar in mass to regular bales. But the weight, added weight of the moisture is what really sets the grass bales.
Yeah.
So how do you save?
Save the courses?
Yeah, how do you save?
Oh, dang it. I was going to unload these and I picked up a bunch of the yellow ones. What should I do about that? Should I,
Just put them in the. Just put them
okay.
in. Why you go to transporting position?
Yeah. Sorry.
Ruin that
That's
perfect stack of bales right
okay. Did I screw up
there.
anything beyond that?
It was just a nice perfect stack.
Yeah. We'll leave it to us.
I'm really surprised these things didn't hit one another. Glad they didn't. Can you jump into the worker E rock picker?
Sure.
When he gets to the end of the field, go ahead and you can fire him by hitting H and then grab that little bit of rock that's down there on the end of the field.
All right.
So, just somebody out there, remember that this one here, 152,200.
Is there any other spots along here that got missed?
You can look on the map. I didn't see any, but yeah, double check the map.
Oh yeah, that's right. What? I can't remember what key you press to get to there. Oh, there it is.
You can hit escape, and it's at the usually near the top of the menu on the left side. It's just a world icon. It's the map. It doesn't have a mapped key by default. I actually mapped. I had to map a key.
Ah.
So I made mine the equals key, but I had to actually set that. There's no default key.
There we go. Couldn't remember which filter it was offhand. It's been a while since I looked at that Jigama thing. Do you want the number from this one?
Yeah, what's the number?
134,000.
150, 200, roughly 290,000. Almost 300,000 stone. Yeah, go ahead and dump it in the proper receptacle.
Proper receptacle.
I'd love to know why there's little holes in fertilizer. I don't understand how that.
Yeah.
Stupid. When I hit the side of my keyboard with my mouse, it hits one of the buttons on my mouse, which changes my DSP setting.
Oh.
And it's just like it's just at the perfect height of my keyboard of that one button that is hit. So anytime I do that, it's like all of a sudden my mouse is like, ugh, it doesn't move very much. Really frustrating sometimes.
And I'm guessing sometimes you don't notice right away, and it's just like, what's going on?
Yeah, sometimes I'm playing a game that it's not obvious. Come on, back it up. There you Yeah, I don't understand what causes it. Just going too fast, or is it just random? It's almost like those were the rock places, but I don't think so. That's what it was. Soybeans are going in. Now, let's see. Speeds up. Now, how do I save course? I see the course. When I click on a vehicle, I can see the course. How do I save the course? It says temporary. Right click on it. Cancel job. I don't see a way to save the course. Course interaction. Save course. Course manager. 8RX2000 temporary course. There it is.
Excellent.
Save course. Act. What is act? It still says temporary course. Just, oh my god. Are you effing kidding me with this? Why would this go the wrong direction when it got to the end of the field? What possible reason would this have to go the other direction? It just overwrote all that corn. Because it went the wrong goddamn direction. Why would it, when it got to the end of the field here... Stop waggling back and forth. It's literally right here. Why would it... go the wrong damn direction?
Huh.
That is aggravating. The whole point of running these on the edges of the field is to avoid that. Why is this overlapping so goddamn much? You should not be overlapping much. Can you work this time, please? Jesus Christ. And I have no way of overriding. I have no way of fixing that. I can't fix it with this. Because of the type of map, this requires yeah, see it says soybeans. So it should be corn 5 out of 6. But because I don't have in the i3D a zone of field, right? There's a way to define fields in the map, right? Using like splines and stuff. It's a really idiotic way of defining fields, but that is what this is looking for, right? That is what this thing is looking for, is how to set that. Set field fruit. See, I can set this corn growth. I think it was on 5. Wasn't it 5 out of 6? Ground
Yeah, I
layer,
think it was 5.
fertilizer at 100%. Lime is on yes. I don't know what to do about this. Weeds none, herbicide no, plowed. Stubble shredded no. I don't know what. Buy farm. Yeah. Updating of fields failed. It doesn't. God damn it. It doesn't matter. We're just gonna plow it under anyway. That's just eliminated probably 50,000 corn. That just pisses me off when the AI workers are that stupid. They're just stupid. Like, you couldn't put a fundamental, like... I mean, the course play was able to detect the field. That detected the bounds of the field up here. Why can't the built-in freaking worker detect which goddamn field it's on? And not run over this way. Like, how many years has this game been in production? Like, wow, I just saw on the minimap the semi is going sideways. That's pretty sweet.
Never happened. Shh.
Austin's getting a little crazy with a 90-mile-an-hour truck.
A little bit.
What you could do, well, yeah. I mean, the mower is able to go twice the speed that the baler is able to go into. Fortunately. So one thing you could do is get the windrower, that really wide one, and windrow 3 rows into one, but you still have to make sure it's lined up perfectly. Otherwise, the baler's not going to hit it.
Nah, it's okay. The only reason I was flipping is doing something for fun.
I just
you know.
God, I cannot fucking believe that that planter went the wrong direction on the edge of the field.
Yeah.
I don't understand how when you hire the worker, when you hit H, the script should immediately find the bounds of the field, and it should act within those bounds. It should be restricted. Any attempt to offset it outside of those bounds should be a no-go. So it should not have been able to offset into this field whatsoever. Because it's outside of the bounds of the field, it should have said, nope, go the other direction. Right? In the if statement, if this side is out of bounds, go to the other direction and see that one. And if that one's valid, go for it. If not, if either side is invalid, then you're done. I would rather have it spit out you're done than go the wrong direction. It's just super frustrating. And it's such a huge waste. Because now that field, we planted that field, this whole thing, and it's going to just get plowed right back up. As soon as we harvest these, it's like, there's no point. I hate that shit. There are little things about this game that are great and fun and awesome, but there are things that are like, what did you just do? Like, it literally came, it hit the edge of the field here and drove all the way up here, turned around, and, like, overwrote all of this stuff. Like, what the hell? That is ridiculously stupid. That is so damn stupid. Literally the bare, whoever is responsible for that code did the bare minimum amount of work. The absolute bare minimum. All right, mower is just about done. What are we doing on the silage and stuff? The silage we can sell. The TMR we can sell, but we need a lot of lime, and we need soybean. That's why I'm planting soybeans right now. We're going to be making corn seeds eventually. Let's just double check our water levels. Yeah, water's doing okay. Fertilizer built back up again. Oh, that iron's going up slowly. Jesus. Pallets. I'm going to need to move some pallets. So you can see the percentage increases are roughly 20% across the board. 20%. And there we go. We have automatic mow job done.
Mow job.
And let's watch it. Vehicle running costs.
Yeah, I had to repair the semi. Now I can't get into it.
You had to, it was so broken, you had to repair it?
Yep. Okay, now yeah, there it is. Broken, needs to be reset. Is that a different option?
What?
Yeah, I got too close to the water.
Oh. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, you gotta go to the map. Gotta find the thing.
Ah, okay.
Click on it and hit reset. You gotta go grab it, pick up your trailer.
I was thinking for some reason you needed to bring it to the dealer, but no, it appears at the dealer. That's the rub.
Yeah, I thought you meant you had to like. Crazy.
Yes, I am.
All right, now that we're actually planting the right field. Unbelievable that did that.
sure it's in transportation. It was weird, the sound cut out for a while.
Yeah, remember there is that like dead zone. There's a weird like dead zone
Oh.
for sound in the map, and I've looked at the map 100 ways on Sunday, and I cannot figure out what's causing that. Like there's no indication as to why that happens. But I mean, you just kind of have to shrug your shoulders and go, well, I guess it is what it is, because if I can't find the zone definition, what's causing that? Nothing I can do about it. Let's see. I think we're gonna want to purchase. Well, those are used. Leased. There we go. Wow, both of these are leased? Ouch. Okay, maybe not buy those yet. Let's purchase that. Purchase that. 364,000. Because I know each one of those tractors is like 500,000. So I want to make sure we have enough money to make that work. There is one more thing I want to trucks, Unimog. This tire off-road. Why was that? Rim ring color. Alrighty.
Ah, yeah, I suppose you're gonna need to start moving rocks from the thingamajig.
Yeah. First, we're gonna move some serious amounts. Wood chips. And the very expensive recipe, turning wood chips into diesel. And the other extremely expensive recipe, turning iron ore into metal. And then iron ore also gives us stone. Oh yeah, I forgot. We don't have any dirt. Let's grab our truck here. There we go. Now we can get a little bit of a boost. This used to be like way more, and I'm like, okay, we gotta tamp down the bonuses. So yeah, drastic reduction in all of the different bonus numbers. It's still worthwhile to do it. It's just not nearly as good as it was. So as soon as we get close to finishing this, auto saves. I want to get this replanted here, and hopefully by then, Haas is doing some donuts in his truck.
Yep.
The whole thing will be ready to. Well, all the baling will be done.
Oh, shoot. So the yawns, I have a few dozen more hours I need to stay up. Can't be yawning already.
You dozen? Wow.
Okay, I might be exaggerating a little. Feels like it sometimes, though. Whee!
Normally I'd grab a smaller planter and go up that last little bit, but who cares? Waste a little bit, but go to Brian. Spilt milk.
Alright, the baler's getting pretty close to done, too. Second to last one it's working on right now.
Excellent. God, what causes weird pattern of fertilizer? Because the previous field fertilized perfect. It's just the new area that's like spotted. It's really weird. Not sure what causes that, but I'm not going to worry about it. Not like it's going to have that big of an impact on our yields.
Yeah, should be pretty minor. Wonder if maybe there's like a residual fertilizer amount that carries over. That's why
Well,
the
it should all be the dark blue, but it's like
yeah.
oh, you know what it might be. Okay, I think I know what it might be. Yeah, that has to be it. Yep, that has to be it. So I figured it out. I solved it.
Alrighty.
Oh, do you want to know?
Nah.
So, when we plowed, right? When we plowed.
Okay.
So if you look at the map, you can see the original field, and then there's a block right next to it that has none, right? So if you look at the original field, like the center line, that original size, that's the old field. But then there's this
Yep.
block that's right next to it. that has no spots. It's not the.
Oh, that was the forest.
So that's the forest. So the reason why it's not, the reason why there's no gaps there is I repainted the forest and took out all the bushes and the flowers and all of that. But we didn't do it on the other plots of land. So those gaps are where those big purple, the orange clumps of flowers. So these big, if you go into this area here, these big clumps of flowers, when you plow over those or when you mow over those, it just clears it. So the fertilizer levels, that is not being counted in terms of fertilizer. So yeah, when we go over it again with the secondary fertilizer, it hadn't gotten fertilized the first time yet, and so therefore it can't go to the second level. This is why those little gaps are there. So,
and that's the first. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
The first what? Plow.
The first fertilizer level is because it plows in the grass.
Yes, the grass is what gives it the fertilizer level. Those orange flowers do not. So the squares that those orange flowers are dominating, those are not getting that very first level of fertilization. And so therefore they don't get the second level. They only get the first level. So that planter, when it goes by, then gives them the first level. And they're so few and far between, it's not worth, like, it's not worth trying to get them, trying to respray it, spray the whole field just for little bits and pieces like that. Not worthwhile. But yeah, the next time we come by and plow that field, then it'll be fine because it'll basically we reset it. Right. That is good to go. I think we are set. Now, if we sleep through the day, where's our? There. Still, that corn just still pisses me off. Like overriding the corn. Oh God, I hate that.
Yeah.
Shit. I've had to do that with plows, and oh God, it's so annoying. Yeah, see, 167,000 production. That is what I'm going after. That's why I wanted a nice big nest egg of money in here, because I knew we were going to be running into some issues. More iron ore in there we can move, and a bunch of diesel we can move. All right. Because one of our tractors we've got actually several tractors that are needing to be refueled. I still don't know why these tractors don't have fuel on. That kind of worries me. Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, yeah, there's soybeans. And I'm not sure if corn is ready or we have another month. Nope, another month. That's funny.
Maybe those tractors are methane powered. Works on the farts from the driver.
Well, maybe. This would be some pretty gnarly post-Chipotle.
Yeah, that'd either have to be a highly efficient tractor, fuel-wise, or a really gassy driver.
Yeah, it would be. You'd have to produce quite a lot. You'd have to be inflated like the Stay Puft Marshmallow to produce that much. All right, but we will continue this lovely process in the mega farm. We've already gotten one mega field. So, yeah. We will continue the saga. On Saturday. So look for everybody. Look for everybody on Saturday, and yeah, we'll be able to tackle the farm yet one more time, or yet again. Not sure how many more streams we're going to get. I do like the game, so trying to make it last as long as I can. Anyway, thank you all for coming by. Please hit that like button if you've enjoyed the stream. Comment down below. Now that it's over, anybody watching is going to be able to comment. And yeah, if you want to join us on these lovely streams, consider being a patron or a channel member and joining us on these